Good morning. Welcome to our Committee of the Whole meeting for Tuesday, July 25th, 2023. I'd like to call this meeting to order at this time and ask if there's any declarations of interest. Seeing none, I will move along to the land acknowledgement. The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the lands originally used and occupied by the first peoples of the Williams Treaty First Nation and other Indigenous peoples. And on behalf of Council, I thank them for sharing this land. We also acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation as East Gwillimbury's closest First Nation community and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and the waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and the environmental stewards of these lands, and we join them in these responsibilities. Item D is community announcements. Summer is underway. We've felt it all in the last week or two. We've had a couple of music nights. This evening is one of the final performances by the Shades. And I can tell you, I've been out to not all of them, but most of them, and they really are a great evening. So let's hope for good weather tonight. A reminder, continue to support the farmers market every Thursday from 2 to 7. We have some great vendors participating, and it is now the season for fresh fruits and vegetables. An awful lot of them there this last week. And coming up on August 11th and 12th, we'll be hosting the annual Tapestry of Taste event on the Civic Center grounds. Members of Council, does anyone have any other announcements at this time? Councillor Lahey, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to acknowledge that last Thursday, Mother Nature finally cooperated and we were able to proceed with celebrating the arts. That was organized by the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee. I want to thank all of the committee members for their hard work on generating such a successful event, which was well received, and all of the staff who were also supporting them in their work. And so we look forward to another celebrating the arts and continuing to grow it next year. Speaking of the music nights in Sharon, tonight there is a music night, as the mayor has mentioned, and it is the first opportunity to purchase tickets for the Mount Albert Lions Oktoberfest 2023. And while October may seem like a ways off yet, I want everyone to know the date. It's going to take place on Saturday, September the 23rd, and so please save that date, and we look forward to seeing you at the Mount Albert Lions Community Oktoberfest in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other updates? I'm not seeing any at this time, but of course we can always fit them in if there's something later on in the day. With that, I will move to deputations, and I am going to invite Mr. Proudfoot to come forward.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of Council, for providing us the opportunity to be here today. This is actually a follow-up from when we made our last deputation. There were some questions raised. We were asked to come back, and so today we're here. What we're presenting today fits very nicely with a new strategic plan that's being developed. As I'm sure most of you are aware, it's not finalized. It will go to the board in September to be voted on. But one of the main objectives of the new strategic plan is to be the cultural center of our community. And so I think what we're going to present today fits very nicely with that objective. There are 3 items in the presentation. The first one speaks to the Youth Democracy Conference. It's an update. The second one will speak to the citizenship ceremony. And the third one will speak to the sculpture, which apparently, through rumors that I'm hearing, has been seen as part of a parade traveling through Mount Albert. So we can begin. Some time ago, we decided that given the relationship that the Sharon Temple, the Children of Peace, had with democracy, that what made a lot of sense to us was to have a democracy conference. And so we decided, with encouragement from John Roston Saul of the Citizenship for Canadian Citizenship, that we would have a Lafontaine-Baldwin Youth Conference for democracy. And the next page, please. We put together a team. This is very broad-based throughout the community. The members of the group putting this on are educators, Joshua Armstrong and Julia Hunt from Pickering College, which is our primary partner, myself and Charles Beer from the Temple, Andrew McConnell representing the York Region District School Board. He is Indigenous himself. Alicia Trivet, who's been working on a number of projects with us from the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nations. Erica Kelly, who is also Indigenous and is the Aboriginal Transition Coordinator for the York Region District School Board, and Victoria Reimer, Indigenous Student Advisor. This has been the committee that we put together to deliver on a youth conference for democracy. The conference, and I'm not, if we go next slide, please. I'm not going to read through each of these, I'll just speak to them. Democracy, from what we read today, what we see today, and everything else, is under pressure. And we need our youth engaged in the value of democracy and maybe reshaping it. And so the idea here was to bring youth together, to have a conference. And as we discussed what would we do in that, we landed on sort of two strategic objectives, if you wish. The first one we discovered was that we would do a session on Aboriginal forms of governance prior to settlers arriving in Canada. So what was their early vision of how they governed? So there will be a session delivered on that. The second session that's being delivered looks at the Children of Peace, their values, and their support of Louis Hippolyte Lafontaine and Robert Baldwin and the creation of democracy really in Canada, because they played a strategic role in that. The third session that will be done that day will look at sort of governance models that exist today for Indigenous people. And within that session, we'll start fleshing out with the students how they see democracy perhaps changing, how they might incorporate Anishinaabe governance models into a new model for democracy. So it's very much educational, and it's very much a discussion about what democracy could look like into the future. The objective is to have approximately 80 students. We could hit 100. They will come from a variety of schools, all pretty much clustered here. We have participation from Indigenous students from Georgina Island through Sutton High School, Newmarket High School. We're looking at Huron Heights. So the main high schools, grade 10s primarily. And there will be 10 students that will participate as student leaders in this as well. There were it's a session over one evening and one day. On a Thursday night, it takes place at Pickering College. We can keep moving along with the slide. I've got a bit ahead here. Next slide. Thank you. Pickering College is hosting that evening, and we will have two primary speakers. I'm not sure at this point to what extent Chief Donna Big Canoe of the Chippewas of Georgina Island, what her remarks will be. But our keynote speaker that night is John Bocage. John is an Indigenous leader. Just to give you a bit of background, in 2004, he was elected as Grand Chief of the Union of Ontario Indians. And so we'll have two chiefs that night. And I have no idea what John is going to speak to, but he will tie the nature of the whole event together. It will be a reception, and the students, and we're hoping their parents, will choose to come along, because I learned a long time ago that when your son or daughter come home and they're excited about something at school and they start sharing it with you, as a parent, you become engaged as well. So we don't want to restrict this to students only. We're excited by what the Friday looks like. The Friday, if we go to the next slide, Friday's event is taking place on the grounds of the Sharon Temple. It will be kicked off in the Sharon Temple. John Rice, another Indigenous leader, another Indigenous chief, is doing the session on early Indigenous governance models. John Roston Saul, who is a Canadian historian, an expert on Lafontaine-Baldwin, and somebody who gave his last public speech at the Sharon Temple, is leading the session on Baldwin LaFontaine and the Children of Peace. And Dylan Big Canoe from the Chippewas of Georgina Island, and one of the other members of the committee, Erica Kelly, will be doing modern day governance and beginning that facilitating what democracy looks like. The session will get wrapped up by Steve Pakin of TVO and the agenda. So we have a pretty amazing group of people that have agreed to participate in this event. We're hoping for a lot of media coverage. And I don't really know where it goes after that. We're hoping that the event's highly successful and that it leads us to an annual conference that grows and becomes perhaps week-long, looking at democracy and engaging students in the discussion. So that's our update on the youth conference. It's moving along. Now, how does the town of East Gwillimbury play in this? Well, it's taking place in your community. So we would love to have a member of council provide a welcome and brief remarks. You are the best connection to democracy that exists. We have municipal, provincial, and federal. But where the average citizen connects the most with democracy in their community is municipal government. And that is the gist of what we would hope that somebody would speak to. So we have that invite out. 2, we are going to need some additional meeting space. We have 3 sessions taking place. Where the students break up into smaller groups, we have the ability to accommodate 2 of those sessions. So we're hoping that space can be provided. And 3, we're hoping that you might decide that you'd like to host the lunch that day for all the students and participants. And so that's our request with that. I don't know if you want me to go all the way through the presentation, come back, or take questions as we move along.
I'm not seeing any questions right now, so you're moving along nicely and very interesting. So I think if you want to continue, that would be terrific.
Okay.
We do have one question. Go
Nope.
ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm mindful of the fact that this is a deputation and our procedural bylaw says 5 minutes, and I think we've already exceeded that. So I just wanted to put a motion on the floor to, for us to waive the procedural bylaw in order to allow for Mr. Proudfoot to continue his presentation.
Thank you very much. Councillor Crone, all those in favor? And that's carried. Go ahead.
Thank you. August 16th, for those of you that were at the first citizenship ceremony that took place in East Gwillimbury on the Sharon Temple grounds, we are having our second, and that is August 16th. Partners, again, are the Institute for Canadian Citizenship and the federal government. We've given you a quick timeline. This picture from the first year. It was an amazing event. It was moving. I can't think of a better place for somebody to become a Canadian citizen than in a building that is so identified first with Canadian democracy and responsible government, but remembering that Louis Hippolyte Lafontaine, when he led Canada in the 1840s, really defined what Canadian immigration policy looked like. So it's just so fitting. We've given you a timeline, registration at 10:30, and the ceremony will take place at noon. We are doing the roundtable sessions again. Those sessions are where the new citizens share with facilitators how they feel about becoming Canadian citizen, their hopes, their excitement. It's really quite a moving experience. And then there's reception at 1 o'clock. And so that will get us through that one. And then moving on quickly to the Hope and Truth Reflection Garden, which So there's the mystery hand that's been traveling through Mount Albert. It's now on the property. It is wrapped up, so you cannot see it. But as you might recall, the last deputation, we asked whether the town would consider providing support to us in designing the garden, which has taken place. So we can move ahead. There is the basic design of the garden. There are 4 key aspects to it in the center. That's a reflection of the medicine wheel. Let's see if I can remember what goes in there. There's sage, cedar, sweetgrass, and tobacco. And so if you look at that and you see the 4 sort of spokes, each of those reflect a different one of those. And then the 7 large stones are the teachings of the great-grandfather. And so it was a pleasure to work with the team from the town. We very much want to thank Aaron Karmazin, Frank Mazzata, Justin Tucker, and Stephanie Fraser. Pleasure to work with. We love the design that they've come back with. At this point, we haven't seen a costing on this, so it's a little difficult for me to ask you to pay for it if we don't know what it's going to cost. But Aaron did say, think $40,000 to $50,000. And as we had mentioned the last deputation, this would be space that was open to the public to use, open to the town to make use of. And that's my presentation.
Thank you very much. Will you take questions if we have some?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Questions of our presenter? I'm not seeing any at this. Oh, sorry, Councillor Lahey, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much through you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to thank you for the update and the presentation, and it's very admirable, all of the projects that you have underway. And I'm excited to attend the citizenship ceremony. I'm looking forward to getting the invitation and to interact with the honored guests. It's particularly important to me, the importance of having the citizenship ceremony in person. Rather than just ticking off a box online. I think it's a very meaningful and memorable experience that's important for the democratic process, as you were speaking to earlier. With regard to the request in your presentation to respectfully that you were looking for the town to cover the costs of that, do you have any other updates on grants that you've received, or when you might have the information on how much this is going to cost the Sharon Temple Museum Society to finalize all of the garden and the sculpture?
So through you, Madam Mayor, the cost of the sculpture, of course, we've managed to cover off almost all of that through grants. It has exceeded budget, but not by a great deal, and we do have the money to cover that. We don't have any other grants right now for the garden. On September 8th, we are hoping to unveil the sculpture. That is the night of our illumination, and we are planning to have a major event that afternoon. Indigenous vendors, Indigenous entertainment, and obviously a celebration of the sculpture moving into illumination. And then coming out that night with the hopes that not only have the temple being illuminated, but that the sculpture itself will be illuminated. Now, I don't know if, Lori, if you applied for a grant for that day?
Yes.
Okay, so we have an application in for a grant to help cover the costs of that event.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Mayor. So in the future then, are you planning to come back in September with more financial information regarding your request?
So through you, Madam Mayor, yes, the budget or costing is in the hands of the town of East Gwillimbury through Aaron. So we're now waiting. They, I believe, put out the requests to 3 suppliers, and we're waiting to see what that looks like.
And again, through you, Madam Mayor. So my understanding is that the town is generously helping you with staff resources to facilitate the production of the sculpture and the garden and the providers who are doing those services. But I just want to, for taxpayers and for the audience watching, that to clarify that the Sharon Temple is not owned by the town of East Gwillimbury. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Very good. And that in the past, we've been very generous with the funds that we've provided for both operating costs as well as, how many years ago was it that they provided capital support to you through taxpayer dollars?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I really don't know the answer to that. Lori, would...
In excess, well, I don't know ever.
Oh, I'm wondering if Mr. Marshall, would he be able to address past funding of the Sharon Temple Museum Society?
Mr. Marshall?
Oh, there we go. Okay. So through you, Madam Mayor. We have been providing operating funds annually. In our 2023 budget, we have $40,000 that we're providing to the temple, plus $3,000 for their Canada Day celebration. Capital, I don't have a handle on that off the top of my head, but we have been providing some capital works towards the temple as well. I would have to go back and take a look at our records to find out what that is, but we can do that for you.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm just anticipating in the future you're coming back, and I would like to ask staff and ask the Sharon Temple if we can have some more financial information to in order to properly consider your request in the future.
So through you, Madam Mayor, I would say that if you could give us some specifics of what you'd like to see, I'm happy to do so.
Councillor Roy Clemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I guess, given that the, pun intended, the history between the town and the temple is a long one, and the partnerships have been numerous over the years, I wonder if it might be appropriate, Councillor Lahey, for us to request a staff report, because some of the support that we provide is in kind and doesn't necessarily have a check that's written and cashed, but certainly the opportunities and the things that our staff have done to partner with the temple, and looking at that relationship and understanding what a symbiotic relationship that is, I think might be helpful. And so that may be more appropriate, rather than how many checks have we cut, but really an understanding of that partnership and what sorts of in-kind as well as financial contributions we may have made. That might be where we might want to take that, rather than putting the onus onto the temple. Let's look to our staff to help us with that, if that would be more appropriate, Councillor Lahey. So I'd be happy to put a motion on the table requesting that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lahey, are you finished? Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate Councillor Roy Clementi's motion that she's putting forward. Thank you.
And so we have a motion forward. Could you phrase it? Madam
Clerk, bear with me for a moment. Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Roy Clemente, as you were talking, I was trying to craft it, so let me know if you would like to correct that.
Oh.
Madam Clerk, that looks to speak to the intent of my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johns, go ahead, please.
So I would, first off, just to step back a bit, I would like to, one, acknowledge the work of the Sharon Temple. I think that this is incredible what you are doing and the team is doing. I've had the benefit of serving as the liaison and listening to the inner workings of how you are putting on such an incredible event. And I think that not only the fact, like, it touches me personally too, specifically this, the democracy event. It's my anniversary today. We're married 14 years today. My wife is actually a permanent resident, and she's not a Canadian citizen. And so, you know, the opportunity to be a part of something special like this is, it's very important for me and my family. And so I just wanted to say thank you for that. I will always be a defender of the temple. I think that, you know, the historical value that is the obvious one, but I think that it goes deeper to the fabric of how we conduct ourselves as a town and the relationship. And so I will always be a defender and a supporter of that relationship. And I think that there's some good pieces there, what Councillor Roy DiClemente talked about, understanding our relationship. I would like to kind of see it go a little bit further. Like, I would like to see, like, here, the reality is that, you know, we are tied together, but we don't really know how we are tied together. We have a relationship through the Temperance Hall where we're renting, but at the same time that I know that you have made capital improvements back to us. And the reality is that I don't necessarily believe that that might even be correct. Like, we might owe you funds. I would like to see a review, Councillor Roy DiClemente has suggested, but a friendly amendment to that was, like, I'd like to see that fiscal review of the relationship, both in the value of the dollars and of the services, in advance of the 2024 business plan and 2024 budget process. Because I think that I would like to see everything as a whole, and then be able to look how we can better continue, better support you in the future. So thank you for the services you provide. Thank you for just being such an integral part of our community.
Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I agree with my colleagues. I think it's a good idea just to take a look at the whole fiscal picture on this. I agree that there's a tremendous historical value, but I think it's important that our residents see that ahead of the budget so that we can make sound decisions on it. We talk about a symbiotic relationship, and I'm thinking about the amount of dollars that are put in by the residents through their taxes to help support the temple. And I'm just wondering, do residents get a break on the fee if they want to visit the temple, or do they pay the same as someone from out of town?
Through you, Madam Mayor, my understanding is that the rate's the same.
So maybe that's something that we can investigate as well, because if the taxpayers of East Gwillimbury are helping to support it in a significant way, and we'll see that when we look at our financial review, maybe that's something that we can consider as well. Again, I thank you for everything you're doing. This conference sounds amazing, and the sculpture and that is all exactly what we want to be seeing here. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Lahey, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. I am an ardent advocate for education, and so I'm very supportive of the democracy conference that you are organizing. I just want to seek clarification on a couple of the asks. I'm not sure if we resolved the asks. Mr. Proudfoot asked for us to host a lunch as well as provide meeting facilities and rooms for them. And so should this be part of the motion, a friendly amendment to the motion? Are we approving with this motion that we are accepting that responsibility to provide a luncheon and hosting facilities?
Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
I think procedurally it might be cleaner if we simply deal with the original motion that talks about the financial and the financial relationship and the amendments that Councillor Johns had suggested, and then perhaps we can step back and deal with more procedural and more nuts and bolts of the conference and how we might support that.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, can I just ask the treasurer just to clarify with the motion, and I'm wondering if the clerk could just put it back up on the screen just for us to take a look at. as written, is that going to be a reasonable exercise? Because right now, the time frame seems indefinite. It's to date. I don't know when that starts. It sort of goes back, I guess, to whenever funding started. I'm not sure. Maybe the treasurer can determine that through our archives and records, or is there a period of time, sort of over the last decade or something like that, that might be more reasonable? So maybe the treasurer could just help us in terms of what he thinks would be reasonable to come back and advise council.
So through you, Madam Mayor, I would think that if we looked at like a 10-year period, we'd be able to accurately get some information on the expenditures to date.
That certainly makes sense. Yes, go ahead, please.
I'm wondering if this can also look at the value to residents. So I know we have Canada Day is free to residents. What other things have we done that are of value to residents? Rather than, I mean, there's obviously a value of protecting a historic site like this, but I'm wondering if we can maybe within that process identify the specific value added to residents, because I think that'll help us make a decision when we put everything down about if this is truly a symbiotic relationship. There should be a number of things that are seen as value to residents. So that's what we have to do with tax dollars, is make sure that our residents are getting value from it. So I'm not sure how we can do that or how easy that is, and I don't want to add something to this motion that makes it more difficult. But I'm wondering if the review can just maybe highlight, and doesn't have to be part of the motion, but just whatever value you can attribute to this. So Canada Day is the one. I'm sure that Ian can help you find other ones.
I might suggest, too, that there are a number of community partners that use the facilities on a regular basis and are thrilled to be there. It gives a very different meaning to many people who've never been on the site before. And I think we've all been at a music night or whatever takes place at the facility, and every time that people are there, they're amazed at, they call it the gem, that is in East Gwillimbury. So I think that's important as well. We've all been there at different times, but we've all been there together as well. So perhaps that's something that should be included in the services that are provided as well. Any other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any. I know that the many nights that there are music, et cetera, in the facility there, that community members are a part of it, but also people come from far and wide. And I think the idea of citizenship is very important. I did take part in the last one that we had, and I can tell you it was very humbling. It was humbling to listen to a family that I was with children as well, and the trail that they took to get to East Gwillimbury and how they felt about becoming a citizen at the Sharon Temple hasn't left me yet. So there sometimes are things that happen that finances have little to do with it and everything to do with being good citizens in our community. So I think it has to be balanced, and hopefully we can do that as we take a look at where we're going, and in fact where you're going with the temple and some of the new ideas that are in place now that have not been in place in the past. So we'll all be a part, I think, of adding to that list. With that, are there any other questions from members of council? Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Given that our budget process is starting next month, I'm wondering whether this should be ratified at our council meeting today in order that staff may be able to create this as an input for the budget process.
I think that's a good idea. Any problems with that? No, it looks like everybody's in the same vein. So this is moved by Councillor Roy D. Clemente. Be it resolved that the deputation made by Ian Proudfoot on behalf of the Sharon Temple Museum Society regarding the Lafontaine-Baldwin Youth Conference for Democracy and the Hope and Truth Reflection Garden be received, and that council requests that staff report back regarding initiatives that the town has undertaken over a 10-year period to support the Sharon Temple, including sources of in-kind services and financial contributions made in advance of the 2024 business plan and budget process, and that the recommendations be ratified at the July 25th council meeting. Any questions on that? All those in favor? And that's carried. Looking forward to it. I think there's some wonderful opportunities in front of us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Perhaps we could address the youth conference. I know that there was a request from Mr. Proudfoot for a meeting space and a lunch. I'm just wondering, through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Proudfoot, when you say you're looking for meeting space, are you looking for breakout rooms, or are you looking for a facility like this room where you've got a large group of people in one space, or are you doing breakout sessions? I'm just wondering how we might be able to help with that piece of things.
Right, so through you, Madam Mayor, there are 3 breakout sessions taking place all day long. So we have the ability to do one in the Temperance Hall, one in the Sharon Temple itself. Now we need a 3rd place to hold that. Okay, I would leave it with the town as to the space that's appropriate to accommodate approximately 30 students and a couple of facilitators.
Were you looking at this facility that we're in today, or would it be more appropriate for open space within our building itself?
Well, I think this would be remarkable space to have a conversation around democracy, since, this is where it takes place. So this would be fabulous space if it's available. But if it isn't, then, breakout space would be fine.
So we have an opportunity to take a look at a couple
Yeah.
at this end. Okay, thank you.
It
very
just
much.
needs, either here or, obviously the students have to be able to walk over.
Councillor Lahey, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm very excited about the Democracy Conference, and you did mention in your presentation that you were seeking a councillor to speak at the conference, and I was wondering if that invitation, if there's a possibility for not just one councillor, but other councillors as well to be involved in terms of, as you mentioned, the importance of the municipal level of government in the democratic process, and you said you might need facilitators. So is there any role that councillors would be happy to support you in the Democracy Conference?
So through you, Madam Mayor, in terms of the sessions, those are being run by the people that we showcased. So John Rice is doing the one on Indigenous governance. John Roston Saul is doing LaFontaine and democracy. And we have Erica Kelly and Dylan Big Canoe doing the one on governance today. The opportunity that we saw was for a member of council to speak to municipal politics and democracy. Okay? We're being asked by a lot of people, how do I get to attend? Do I get to sit in? Those are details we're still trying to work out. So as we work our way through that, we can update council or send a note over.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. So are you considering the possibility of having a fee, a registration fee, and inviting the general public?
No, the general public's not invited to this. It is, first of all, being done through the school board and through Pickering College, and other independent schools are participating as well. This is an educational day for them. We're hoping that part of what will take place is working this into their curriculum and gaining a greater understanding of the role the Children of Peace played in democracy. So our long-term view is trying to get it so that it's part of the education process. It's important, and many people don't have any understanding of it. So no. Steve Pagan is doing the wrap-up session, and we're still working with Steve on what that looks like. I'm hoping that the agenda we'll invite some of the students to participate on a show. It may be that there is an opportunity to come together at the very end with, and sit and listen to, because Steve is going to take some of the students and engage in a conversation about what they've learned and what they think democracy looks like.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to let you know that all of council, I'm sure shouldn't speak on behalf of others, but would be available and potentially, happy to help support you in this conference because of the importance of the democratic process. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to our presenter, I think this is an important day. I remember participating in the last one, and it was, as the mayor said, humbling, and it was moving for me. I'd like to just go ahead and make a motion that we leave it up to staff of town staff and Temple staff to make the arrangements. But I'm quite happy to make the motion to support the youth conference and providing for the luncheon. I think that's a nominal ask, and I think we can certainly accommodate.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments? Councillor.
With Councillor Crone bringing that motion, I'm happy to support with so I'm happy to have it called.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll give you a moment just to get out, and we'll continue along with our agenda. We are at item F, and that's presentations from the lead audit engagement partner and Grossi, audit senior manager, KPMG, making a presentation to committee regarding 2022 draft audited financial statements. Welcome, good to have you with us today.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Kevin Travers. I'm an audit partner with KPMG. I will be presenting our audit findings this morning. This is in relation to the audit we've completed of the financial statements of the town of East Gwillimbury for the year ending December 31st, 2022. I'm not going to speak to every page or every slide within this document, so I'll indicate the slides that we're going to hit. We're going to hit what we consider to be the highlights of our presentation. We'd be very happy to respond to questions you have at the conclusion of our presentation this morning. So if I could ask us to move to the slide that's entitled Audit Highlights. I think this is about the fourth slide in. Thank you. This slide speaks to really a number of the key items that are contained within the presentation itself. I'll speak to just a couple of them at this point in time. So the first is with respect to the status of the audit. The audit is complete. The only things that are outstanding at this point in time between us issuing our signed unqualified opinion are completing our conversations with this group this morning, understanding that the financial statements have been approved, at which time we'll receive from management a signed representation letter, and we'll issue our signed unqualified opinion. With respect to uncorrected audit misstatements, there are no items to report. That's a good news story, of course. Similarly, with respect to control deficiencies, we did not identify during the course of performing our financial statement audit any items which would be considered to be significant control deficiencies. Had we had any significant deficiencies or opportunities for improvement, we would have brought those forward this morning as well. If I could ask us to move 2 slides to the slide entitled Materiality. I just want to point out that we did set materiality based upon using the revenue metric at $1.6 million. This resulted all in something that we refer to as audit misstatement posting threshold of $80,000. So what that means is we would have brought forward commentary on any corrections that were made during the course of the audit or uncorrected items that exceeded that value, and there were none to report. The misstatement posting threshold of $80,000, if I can provide some additional comfort, had we encountered something below that number, which was the result of, say, either an internal control that wasn't present or that wasn't functioning appropriately, we would have brought that forward in terms of being an opportunity for improvement. Similarly, had we encountered an error which was the result of something, say, more sinister in nature, of any dollar value, we would have brought that forward. So I do want to provide the comfort, just so that members of the council don't believe that we ignored items below $80,000. That's not the case at all. If I can move to the next slide, please. So the next two slides speak to a fraud risk relating to improper revenue recognition and to management's ability to override controls. These are not risks that we consider to be particularly elevated in the case of the town of East Gwillimbury. Rather, these are risks that we are required to presume exist in every single financial statement audit that's performed. So it's a professional standard that we presume that these exist. We're required then to perform procedures to sufficiently mitigate these risks to an acceptably low level. That has been done and no issues were noted. We can skip 2 more pages, please, to the revenue and deferred revenue slide. Yeah, thanks. So the next several slides speak to, at a very high level, the types of procedures that we performed with respect to the more significant captions within your financial statements. I won't go into the actual detail of each of these slides other than to say that the procedures have been performed. Again, no issues noted. Had there been any findings, we would have brought those forward, and you would have seen those as part of the highlights slide I referred to earlier. I'm going to move ahead actually a number of slides to what's referred to as Appendix B. So this is, if you'll, it's Appendix B, newly effective auditing standards. Right. So just to spend a moment on this, there was a new audit standard that we were required to implement in the current period relating to the identification and assessment of the risks of material statement. So this was a new standard that we implemented in the 2022 audit, required a number of steps up front in the planning stage to ensure that we made inquiries to understand what could go wrong from a financial reporting standpoint. So the standard was implemented with no issue noted. I'm going to skip just to one more slide and then I will pause for questions. So if we can go to Appendix C, changes in accounting standards. So this is 3 slides. There you go. All right, so there are a number of new accounting standards that are coming in the coming years. The most significant one, which may have an impact on your financial statements, is this first item noted related to asset retirement obligations. The town will be required to implement this standard starting with your 2023 financial statements. It will require the town to identify and to report any legal obligations related to the future retirement of any assets. So for example, the most common asset retirement obligation that municipal organizations are finding or identifying relates to asbestos-laden facilities which were constructed prior to 1990. So this will be, this could have a significant impact on financial reporting, starting with your 2023 financial statements. We will work with management to ensure that they're in a position to adopt and implement the standard appropriately. So that's really the formal part of the presentation I have this morning. I'd be very happy to respond to any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Questions at this time? Councillor, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Through you, I just wanted to say thank you for this. Like you're giving such great confidence to the numbers that we're about to speak to in the next report, and the fact that our staff have been awarded for their great work. I'm just we appreciate your supportive nature in this audit to reaffirm the good work of what the town staff are doing. So thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your work.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and I should really say I neglected to acknowledge and to thank staff as well for their support. Obviously, something like this is a very clean report, and we had a great relationship with the town moving forward through. And this was our first audit of the town. We're new this year, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is my standard question for every auditor every year. Councillor Roy DeClemente is laughing because she knows what's coming. Being fresh to this, if you were in our boots, is there anything that would keep you up at night about these audited statements?
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, there's nothing that comes to mind immediately. I often say when I'm posed with that type of question in these types of settings, I often say that had we encountered something which we thought would have fit the response to that question, it would have been front and foremost in our report, and likely you would have heard about it before this morning.
Are there any other questions at this time? Seeing none, could I have a mover, please? Councillor Crothers? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, I will ask Councillor Johns to take the chair for the Finance Department area. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and then continuing on with our discussion around the financial statements, there's two items that are being discussed today. So I am looking for a mover from one of my committee colleagues here to move the finance report FIN 2022-07, the 2022 draft audited financial statements. Yeah, Councillor Lahey, thank you. So I will turn this over to finance. I don't know if Mr. Marshall would like to speak to this first and set this up, or?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair. This report accompanies the presentation that you just saw. It's looking to approve the town's financial statements for 2022 and the proposed allocation of surplus that was approved in principle back in May, and I'm happy to answer any questions regarding it.
Any members of the committee have any questions? Yeah, Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, it's something that jumped out at me. It's probably something that's in isolation. It just needs a bit of context for me. On page 11 of 32, so it's the draft consolidated statement of operations and accumulated surplus, it notes under the 2022 budget that there was a deficit of $445,000. And I'm just wondering, my understanding was that we ran a surplus and not a deficit. So I'm just wondering if someone can give me some context for that.
Point of order,
information.
can we find out what page of the agenda that is?
So the report is 32 pages, so I don't know what page that would be in the PDF.
Through you.
74, I believe. Sorry, did you say page 11?
Page 11 of 32.
I believe it's page 74. Thanks.
So it may relate to the fact that there's a note somewhere that I didn't quite understand the context to, but it just jumped out at me because we were showing a deficit. And normally we talk about surpluses in this room.
Sorry, Mr. Marshall, feel free to respond.
So through the chair, what we normally talk about what we talked about before in May was called an operating surplus. So that's basically the difference between the budget and what we've actually spent. The annual surplus, which is shown here, takes into consideration other things such as TCA and depreciation, which doesn't involve cash. So what we're looking at in terms of putting to reserves is the operating surplus, which you'll see, which we had approved earlier. This is something different in terms of it has depreciation in it. It has other items that don't impact the budget or actual costs. So that's why you'll see a difference between the two.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm perhaps, I'd like a little bit more information, please. We're putting $2.7 million into reserves, and yet this sheet is showing that we had a deficit. So I'm just trying to understand how that works.
So through the chair. So, so first of all, that's the budgeted amount. So that's not what actually happened through the year. So the budget, when we do a budget, it's based on what's called a modified accrual basis of accounting, which is basically cash. So when we have to convert and report our actuals, we have to report on what's called an accrual basis, which takes into other things into consideration, such as accruals that we make that we haven't received cash on, depreciation, which is the biggest one, and that is reflected in the report here. So when we report our actuals and our financial statements, we have to convert our budget to an accrual basis. And so when we budget, we're actually budgeting, we have to budget to zero. So we're not budgeting a deficit or a surplus. But when you convert it, it ends up being that sometimes it shows a deficit, which is not an operating deficit or surplus in terms of actual cash.
Mr. Chair, may I paraphrase to make sure I understand it?
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. So basically what's happened is when we do our budget, we're using cash, spending, receiving, et cetera.
Yeah.
When this procedure goes through, we're actually including the amortization of our assets. So we have depreciated assets more so than we've actually acquired them. And so that's why it's showing a deficit in this sheet. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Carruthers would like to say a few words.
Thank you. Carrying on from the questioning, Councillor Roy DiClemente, how much are our assets depreciating per year? Is that a number that we have? Do we know that?
So through the chair, I believe it's note 10. Yes, note 10 in our financial statements. So basically, we've depreciated $11 million this year for our assets, and we have a total accumulated surplus, accumulated amortization amount of $129 million of our assets.
Okay, thank you. So if it's depreciated by 11 million, that means that we should be putting money into asset management at that amount. We should be transferring $11 million into reserves to offset how much our assets have depreciated. Is that correct? Ideally?
So in lieu of an actual asset management plan that shows the actual expenditures, estimated expenditures that you need each year, that is a good estimate of what you should be contributing.
And how much are we contributing?
So we're budgeting approximately $5 million, but with the surplus allocation, it's about $8 million for 2022.
So we're about 3 million short on what we should be putting in. Okay, so that's why that asset management plan is going to be so key to make sure we're not falling behind. I guess it's one of the unintended consequences of having such low taxes is that we fall behind in things like asset management. I have one question. I enjoy these sessions because it's a chance to get a deeper understanding. So what jumped out at me was on page 65 of 200. This is showing revenues and expenses. Under expenses, we have general government budgeted at 41.6 million, but only spent at 9. The previous year was 7.7. So I'm just wondering why it was budgeted so high and coming in so low. I'm sure there's a great explanation, and this is how I'm going to learn.
So through the chair, so one of the differences between how we budget and how we report is operating and capital items are included in the statement. So we budgeted about $40 million of expenditures, which includes capital. And we didn't spend that capital this year, so that's where you'll see the difference. And you'll see the offset in the line that says charges to developers.
Okay.
You notice that's budgeted high and it came in low. That's the offset.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. Previously, I did see Councillor Lahey's hand go up on this. Do you have any other questions on this? No? Great. Any other members of the committee? I just had a few comments to myself. Councillor Roy DiClemente's comments about understanding that depreciation and seeing that, and then having Councillor Carruthers make that comment. Like, it jumped out to me, our tangible capital assets that we were just talking about, that 241 is the book value of what all of our assets are sitting at. And that jumped out to me specifically because of what we were doing when we were going through that process of the asset management and understanding what our total value was. Like street value today is 1.8 million to 2.2 1.8 billion to 2.2 billion, and then what is actually book value, I mean, I think it started at 370 million, and we've appreciated down to, or depreciated down to the 241 million. I note that Councillor Carruthers identified that annual gap of the 5 million, which is, if we approve this today, we'll get it down to 3 million, which is great. But if we look at what jumped out to me, and just as a comment on the notes, you can see what the assets are getting depreciated on note 1. It'll tells you what they're being depreciated at. So in note 10 on that page 17, it shows that we've depreciated 129 million. This is book value, not actual cost today. And then lastly, if we just jump to page 19, which is page 82 in the report, if you look at asset management, we've got 23 million. Pause for effect. 23 million versus depreciation of 129 book value. I am just very much looking forward to having a strong asset management plan as part of our business plan, as part of our budget, and I recognize I'm not doing a deputation here, so I'll look to wrap that up to myself, Mr. Chair. But I just think, it is so important. We have been leaders in fiscal responsibility in this region, and I am looking forward to being leaders in asset management in the way that we are managing our reserves, because we are not over-reserved. We need to prepare for the future, and we won't have a problem until we have a problem, and that won't be maybe for 20 years, but we won't have a problem unless we had a problem, so let's not have a problem. Okay, Mr. Crone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to jump off what you're saying there. I think we identified in their last budget process that the asset management program was an important piece of what we're doing here, but it's also it's the next piece in the puzzle that we've been working on. We've had success with no debt, good reserves, low taxes. Getting a proper asset management plan in place is the next logical step in our fiscal responsibility. So I would just like to reiterate your words earlier, Mr. Chair, that we need to see a more robust plan going forward. I would say that's the key bullet point takeaway for staff on this, is that we need to see more robust asset management going forward, because I think, and I think some of you think as well, that this could become a bigger problem for us if we don't deal with it today. But I think good fiscal responsibility warrants that we do so. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, so with that, I'm looking around, seems that they're good to go. So remind me who moved this? So we've got a mover on Councillor Lahey, and if I will now read the motion. So be it resolved that Finance Department Report Financial 2022-07 dated July 5th, 2023, entitled 2022 Draft Audited Financial Statements be received, and that the proposed allocation of the town's operating surplus to the reserves as identified in Appendix A of Finance Department Report Financial 2023-07 be approved, and that the consolidated financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2022, as attached in Appendix B of Finance Department Report Finance 2023-07 be approved, and that the recommendations of this report be ratified at the July 25th council meeting. All those in favor? Motion carries. Awesome. All right, the second item under this, and we are looking for a mover to finance Memo 2021, securing our past to look forward to our future. 2021 Canadian Award for Excellence in Financial Reporting, Government Finance Officers Association. Is there a mover? Ms. Councillor Foster. And I would like to direct to Mr. Marshall to share this exciting news about the great work that you have been acknowledged for.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. We're happy to announce that for the fourth year, we've received the award from the Government Financial Officers Association for financial reporting. We're very proud of this. I think I mentioned this in a previous session, but I don't want to go on about the award, but I'd just like to acknowledge and thank our finance team and our communications team for putting this all together. And in particular, our Deputy Treasurer Valadima, who coordinated the effort and is basically the reason that we've received the award for the 4th year in a row.
I realized after you spoke to it, I realized I just asked you to congratulate yourself. So congratulations to you and the team, and on behalf of this committee, and honestly, it's a privilege to work with you and chairing the finance team. You have an incredible team, and the comms team. You guys should be awarded for the great work. So on behalf of the committee, thank you sincerely. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. I want to extend congratulations, and I see it's 84 out of 3,573 municipalities. That puts us in the top 2%. And one of the things that's great about this town is our staff and our fiscal position, right? The low debt, low taxes. So both of those are your department, so thank you very much for that. And one of the things I loved about this award is that it talks about it being easily readable reports. And that's very important to us, so that when we're approving these reports, we actually understand what we're approving. And I can say I've sat on many boards where they didn't understand and just approve them anyway. So I think the easily readable reports are much appreciated at this table. Thank you.
Great. So any other comments from the committee? It was Councillor Foster that moved that, and I will read that. Be it resolved that the finance memorandum dated July 25th, 2023, entitled 2021 Canadian Award for Excellence in Financial Reporting, Government Finance Officers Association, be received. All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, over to you.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to item 8, which is community infrastructure and environmental services, with Councillor Lahey in the chair.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. The first item on the agenda is the report CIES 2023-16 Blue Box Transition Update. Could I please have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Crone. The report is moved by Councillor Crone. And General Manager Molinari, do you have any comments you'd like to share with us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the town's on track to transition collection of blue box materials to the producers in 2025. That change requires significant planning to ensure a seamless transition, and staff will be providing updates as required to keep council informed at major decision points. We're happy to have Jeff Meggett, our Director of Operations, with us today. He's prepared a presentation to overview the program and decision points and supplement the council report. So over to you, Jeff.
Through you, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, members of council, glad to be here today. I bring just a bit of background. I bring about 30 years of experience in waste management to the town, and this is quite a revolutionary time from a waste diversion standpoint. It brings me back to the introduction of the green bin program. Where we're going is full producer responsibility for all recycling programs within Ontario, and it's quite a transformational time. So I've got some detailed notes because there are some important points I want to touch on. So I'll go through the slide, but please bear with me because I am going to read some content to make sure I don't miss anything. So next slide, please. Producer responsibility in Ontario for blue boxes is not a new concept. Since 2004, Stewardship Ontario has been legislated to fund up to 50% of the blue boxes across Ontario, including East Gwillimbury. Recently, the province enacted the Circular Economies Act, implementing full producer responsibility for the province-wide collection, processing, and management of blue box material, packaging, and products commonly found in the blue box. This responsibility will transfer from Stewardship Ontario to Resource Productivity and Recovery Authority, otherwise known as RIPRA. To accomplish this significant transformation, RIPRA is establishing an Ontario-wide collection and management system set to be fully implemented December 31st, 2025. To help with this transition, 2 agencies have evolved to make this happen. They're Circular Materials Ontario, otherwise known as CMO, and Rise Solutions. Together, these two organizations represent over 66% of the blue box material supplied to consumers. Next slide. So what is a producer? Producers are commonly a company, organization, or even a municipality which create residential blue box material. For example, Costco, Pepsi, Kraft, Loblaws, Metro, all are producers. I'm happy to report that East Gwillimbury is currently not qualified as a producer. However, larger York Region municipalities, including the town of Newmarket, for example, do qualify and have the same legislative responsibility as large corporations to not only reduce recyclable material that enter the marketplace, but also effectively collect, process, market, and achieve increasingly stringent requirements to recover the material put into the blue box system. The two producer responsible organizations, or PROs, that I'll make reference to, mentioned previously, in other words, CMO and Rise Solutions, have privately formed to help these producers establish themselves and recover material from the blue box. It also includes processing and marketing, as I said. It's more than just collection. And right now, this is actually happening for municipalities that have decided to transition over the next 2 years before the mandated requirement by 2025. East Gwillimbury and all of York Region municipalities have informed RIPRA of our intention to transition to this new full producer responsibility program on December 31st, 2025. Municipalities across the province do have the ability to bid on collection contract issued by these PROs, then either use municipal forces to collect blue box material or contract it out for that service, and in fact become a subcontractor to producers to act on their behalf. So the town would bid on an RFP, we would become a subcontractor and then contract it out to a waste hauler like GFL to actually fulfill the service. Next slide, please. This fundamental change continues to evolve. Our current blue box contamination rate is approximately 10%. The allowable contamination rate for the PRO contracts is currently set at 4%. And there are pretty intensive performance penalties and a number of other issues associated with that. Collection details definitely continue to evolve. How and when material will be collected at this point is not clear. Even what materials will be recycled is uncertain. The good news is that the province is striving for a consistent recycling program across the province, diverting the same material. So no matter where you live in Ontario, your recycling program will be the exact same, and you can recycle the same material, and hopefully more material. Just last week, the producers indicated that they're in discussions with the province to implement a deposit legislation program for beverage containers, adding to more uncertainty about what the future of recycling is going to look like in Ontario. It is absolutely evolving, and there's a number of moving pieces. One of the fundamental changes in the legislation is that only eligible sources are allowed to be collected and processed at the PRO-run facilities that were essentially privatized. Not everyone who receives municipal blue box collection will receive collection under this future provincial framework. Eligible sources include single-family homes, multi-residential buildings, long-term care, schools, and some public areas, such as a transit stop. Excluded, though, are ICI or commercial properties and municipal facilities. East Gwillimbury has about 50 such facilities or locations that would be excluded from future provincial collection program run by the PROs. For example, a small business that's alongside a residential collection route that's collected as the truck's going down the street would no longer be allowed to be collected as part of the residential program. So again, there's about 50 locations in town that does include all the municipal buildings. Next slide, please. Historically, the blue box collections remain pretty consistent. It costs about $190,000 a year, with Stewardship Ontario increasing their funding from 80% to most recently $169,000, representing about 50% of the program costs. In 2026, if the PROs collect blue box material, as opposed to the town doing it, there are noted potential cost savings from avoided services and additional collection efficiencies that we may implement with just being able to collect garbage and organics in one vehicle. So there's many different opportunities, and it'll be a transitional phase as we work with our contractor to come up with a new method of collection. Next slide, please. So as noted earlier, there are approximately 50 ineligible locations in town. These locations could be collected by the town. However, we have to contract for both the collection and the processing, as opposed to just putting it in the truck and having, right now, the region process it on our behalf. We will endeavor with the N6 to work with our contractor to come up with a cost and report back to council on what that program could look like in the near future. The current N6 waste management contract does end December 31st, 2025. Given the time requirement for equipment delivery and logistical support, ideally a 2-year advance notice would be required to effectively roll out a new contract. The N6 were waiting for details to evolve on this new producer-led program before we could go to discuss with GFL what an extension would look like, and we really want to act on the best available information available, as it's, like I said, this is very evolving. We do have 2 optional extensions of 1 year in the current contract. By using these contract extensions, we remained in a beneficial position to proactively contract for waste management services, harmonizing with this new provincially led program. Next slide, and last slide. So all N6 municipalities are bringing forward to their council a very similar report to what's in front of you today. Essentially, the report is asking for 4 things: to support the town of Newmarket as the lead procurement agency with GFL and the current waste management contract. That is consistent. They've been the lead for negotiations all the way through the process, including the original contract requirements or contract tendering with GFL. The second one is not to be a subcontractor with RIPRA and not to bid on a pro contract for 2026 or beyond. The third point is to negotiate with GFL for an extension to the existing contract, removing blue box collection and negotiating collection options or at least pricing for the ineligible sources in every municipality. And the fourth, probably the most important point, is that we will report back to council on pricing and options as this evolves and as we negotiate with GFL. So there's a lot of moving pieces in here. Ultimately, the blue box we know today is likely going to change. It could be a container fiber mix. It could be collected on a bi-weekly basis, and it could be a purple bag instead of a blue box. We really don't know what it looks like. That's what makes the contracting side of it very difficult because of all the unknowns. And right now, this is going to change, and 2026 is just around the corner. So I'm open to any questions or any comments, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Director of Operations. Mr. Maggot, do we have any questions from members of committee? Thank you, Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. I understand there's a lot of moving pieces and a lot of unknowns, but I'm reading through this and I'm thinking we probably will save $190,000. Is that what we're thinking?
Through you, Madam Chair, at least. There is other opportunities for efficiencies, being able to co-collect both green bin and waste, so we're hoping there'll be significant savings ahead.
Excellent, thank you.
And Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Maggot, what, through you to Mr. Maggot, when you say fiber collection, help me understand what that is.
Through you, Madam Chair. My apologies. Yeah, fiber would be paper, newspaper, any of those products that is not a container. So some municipalities have introduced what's called a two-stream system, where they put all the cardboard and paper fibers in one container, in a second container, everything else, glass, plastic, cans, those are the 2 splits. That just makes the processing side easier. You don't have to separate that material. In York Region today, we have a processing facility run by the Region of York that will be sold to the pros, so it will be privatized as part of this process. And I'm not sure if that processing system is going to change, again, to be consistent across the province and potentially be a 2-stream system. The legislation does require that recycling must be collected at least every 2 weeks, so every second week, and it cannot be sorted any more than a 2-stream system, so container fiber. So we will see what it looks like. That information is not clear yet.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, one more question, if I may. I'm really glad to see that you're trying to, given what you know today, and I know it's evolving, that we still try to include those 50 identified locations that would not get collection. I fear that if they were excluded, all that recycling would just most likely be diverted to garbage, I'm sure of it. So do you have any, maybe this isn't fair to ask this because there's so much unknown at this point, but are there any other options that you're looking at that might prevent this from happening? Should you not be able to reach an agreement to offload the, avoid getting the recycling to, what is it, RIPA that you were saying?
As you can appreciate, a lot of moving pieces. We will do our best to make sure waste diversion is available to everybody and at every opportunity that we can. And likely the easiest way is if we can arrange for a collection, have a contractor go around and pick up the material. That's our preferred choice, and that's the N6 move in every community. That's what we're trying to achieve. But if that's not attainable for cost or whatever the reason is, we'll be coming back with other options for council's consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Johns, please.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Lahey. You know, I'm listening to the discussion. I'm listening to, like, one of the great things about the blue box was the marketing in it's a blue box, and everybody understood what was going into it. And so my understanding from your presentation is that we are trying to tackle this as at an N6 level for the solution, but it may be different at a region, and then another municipality outside or a different region, they might be tackling things in a different way, and it might be purple bag, green bag kind of thing. So I guess what I'm getting to is that in your discussions with the N6 group of partners, Councillor Carruthers made the comment about the $190,000 in savings on the kind of, I will say, the back end. I guess I'm concerned from a marketing standpoint, are we going to have to front end $200,000 in communication exercises you've got a purple bag and this is what goes into it. And I would hate to see us going alone on that when there are other municipalities that would be under that same thing. And so I guess through you, Madam Chair, I would ask that we make sure that we give some thought to what communication looks like on the other side, and that we are not fending for ourselves, and that we can leverage the opportunity of others' resources to be able to not have to spend these hundreds of thousands of dollars in communicating what a possible purple bag would look like. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Completely agree, and communication is a very important part of this. And the reality is likely the producers, when they do launch a wider scale recycling program, it's going to go beyond the boundaries of East Gwillimbury, likely the boundaries of York Region. And consistent advertising and promotion of what the program is going to look like across Ontario is essential to the success.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Foster.
I guess one of the things that I think about kind of going along with what Councillor John said, I hope that somebody's overseeing this to try and make it as simple as it can, so a lot of this stuff does not confuse the resident enough to make them say, just throw it in the garbage, like Councillor Crone was talking about. The other thing that jumps out at me is we talked about a possible savings of $190,000, but are we not going to be spending some of that money to pay for removal from our town facilities that won't be picked up the same? So that the savings is a little bit iffy, obviously.
That is correct. We'll have to enter some negotiations with GFL and report back to council on what the actual financial looks like, but there will be added cost for that because we do not provide that right now.
And if I might, I guess the other thing I'm thinking about is, and I may have missed it, I don't think I did, but currently EG would not be a producer, but Newmarket is. So what's the threshold and how does that work? Is it population versus what's produced versus, you know, whatever, how we move through that?
It's honestly both of those factors. So it's our population, and normally the threshold right now is about 100,000 people. And they do look into what a typical amount of paper we put into the blue box stream or any recyclable product that enters it. So tax bills, Parks and Rec guide, waste management calendar, tax notices, all become eventually blue box wastes at some point, and that's where we would ultimately be responsible to manage. As I said, the threshold today is 100,000 people, and fortunately, I'm glad to say we don't meet that threshold yet, but I see it coming in the future if that threshold does change and the parameters change. It's a new program, it's a new initiative for all municipalities to register as a producer, and we are registered, but fortunately, like I said, we do not qualify at this time.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Director Meggitt? I have a question, partly a question and an observation. I wanted to bring to the attention of everyone part of the resolution here that we are providing a 2-year extension to the existing contract to provide stability following the Blue Box transition, as well as to remove Blue Box collection services when appropriate. And I appreciate that very much because timing is everything in life. And if we approve of the 2-year extension, we are giving the town the time to make the necessary adjustments, as well as observe how other municipalities handle the rollout, and we can learn from their experiences over the course of the next 2 years. So I think this is a very smart position to take. Thank you very much to the staff for putting that forward. I have one question with regard to small businesses in East Gwillimbury, and my concern is that local small businesses who are challenged and post-pandemic, if they will now have to take on that cost themselves for recycling pickup. Yeah.
So, through you, Madam Chair. Right now, the recycling program that's in place, or the entire waste management program, is a residential-based program. It's specifically designed to pick up blue boxes and garbage bags from individual homes, not commercial enterprises. If you're in a business park, Lowe's, Costco, for example, they have commercial dumpsters. They deal with their recycling commercially through contract suppliers. It's a little different for a small business or a veterinarian clinic that's on the side of a road where we have a truck going by, and we have that ability to provide collection for them. It's not the intention, it was never the intention of the contract by the town's waste management service to provide collection for small businesses. But in all fairness, when it was possible to do it and it was efficient, we offered that ability. I think it's going to be important to try and continue that as much as possible, and that's our intent. So to work on those select locations, and if we can effectively provide a collection service, to report back to council with a recommendation.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions from members of committee? Seeing no further questions, I'd like to call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion as presented? Unanimous, thank you. And item number 2 is that was passed, and so we'll move on to item number 2, the winter maintenance update. General Manager, could I please have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Roy Clementi. The report is moved by Councillor Roy Clementi. General Manager Molinari, do you have any comments on the winter maintenance update?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is our annual winter maintenance report. It outlines our program and its performance, as well as it looks forward to future years, to new initiatives that will be incorporated into the operation as continuous improvement. The report's self-explanatory, but we would like to highlight a couple of items. Want to note that we met the requirements for minimum maintenance standards, despite having a very challenging winter maintenance season. We made good use of our new high-volume snowblower to clear laneways, parking lots, and bridge decks, as well as improved boulevard parking or boulevard clearing in business areas, especially in downtown Mount Albert. Some of the things we're looking forward to next year would include a new winter maintenance dashboard, which will assist our staff to see the progress on the operation in real time, and greatly assist with managing the operation. We also have new and improved contracted sidewalk clearing equipment that'll be coming in shortly. That's more reliable and expected to reduce some of the issues with damaging grass and boulevards, etc. So I guess that's one of those items that you can never get perfect, but you know, by switching over to better equipment, it's something that we can reduce going forward. We also have a new 7-year contract for snow clearing with Fermar, who provided excellent service to us for the duration of the existing contract. I'd also like to highlight that the operation has not received any additional staffing since about 2018, even though during that time period we've experienced some fairly significant growth. Growth to the extent that it's added enough lane kilometers of road and sidewalk to our inventory that it warrants having an additional route added to each of those operations. So That's something that we'll be looking to come to council through the budget process to request some additional resources, and we're hopeful that council will be supportive of that request so we can continue to provide the service at the service level that EG residents have come to expect. And actually, while we're on this topic, we have Grant Stevenson here, our supervisor in the area. I just wanted to recognize Grant for the great job that he's done, and Jeff in that area, because you know, I've worked in a number of places, and I can tell you that the operations team here and the winter maintenance operation we have here is the best I've seen. So thanks to Jeff and to Grant and the team for an outstanding year, and keep it up. Thanks. And that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of committee? Yes, Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Molinari. I thank you for highlighting some of the things that are coming through, obviously, and adding some staffing and equipment through the 2024 budget process was something that seemed to be obvious as we're reading through this report. I'm just wondering about whether I know you're trying to undertake some initiatives to address sort of boulevard and sidewalk damage. I think that's probably one of the top things as members of council. We get engagement from residents during the winter months. Oh, the plow tore up my lawn and so on. Are we tracking those incidences of damage? Is it being included as part of our, obviously we're trying to reduce it, but are we tracking that?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's work orders that go out for all that work, so it is being tracked through our system, so we know roughly how much damage is occurring. Sometimes it's a function of the boulevards just being higher than the sidewalk, and in those situations, even with a very experienced operator, it's very difficult with the first snowfall to actually keep the plow between on the sidewalk. You know, it might look like it's driver error, but when there's just a clear sheet of snow in front of you and trying to keep the plow exactly where it needs to be on that is a very difficult issue to deal with. So our operators are actually very good in that regard, but there's things like especially when the boulevard's a little bit higher, it's you know you're going to get some of those issues. It's just a matter of trying to reduce them as much as we can.
For future reports, it may be helpful to report out on those, the quantity of work orders, just so that we know that the initiatives that our contractors are undertaking with the new equipment and the narrower plow blades might be helpful just for us to be able to communicate that back to residents. I also know, I've tried to explain to residents when they call in and as well, your thatch is, your lawn is actually covering the sidewalk. And so maintaining that through the growing season is also an important aspect. Through you, Madam Chair, I did want to ask a little bit more about the dashboard. I know other municipalities have a feature on their websites or so on, find my plow and name my plow and all of that kind of stuff. I'm wondering how close are we to that? I know, we end up getting well, when is my street going to be plowed? I'm trying to get to work and so on. Do we have a sense of when, obviously it's in development, but do we have a sense of when that might be public facing?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is something we can look at in the future. Right now, it's really a management tool, and it's set up to provide the detail that the management needs in order to oversee that operation. That's something we can look at in future years, once we've had some time to get comfortable with the software and know its limitations, et cetera. But that is something we can look at, providing some sort of a tool for residents to see what's being cleared and when they can expect to see some of that work come their way.
Thank you. I think at the very beginning, we might want to also include customer care. And so if it's not forward-facing to the public, then at least having customer care trained on that so that they can answer questions that are coming through the phone, that would be great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, Mr. Molinari, thank you to your staff for the excellent service they provide our residents.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions from members of committee? I would also like to add my voice to the excellent service that you provide, because I always anticipate with the weather forecast, if there's a blizzard coming, I anticipate that we'll be getting phone calls as councillors with questions and concerns expressed about potential damage to grass, etc. And I would like to say that in my experience, whenever those have been reported to me by residents and they've been forwarded to customer care and to staff directly, that there has been immediate response. And so I've been very impressed with the time that it takes, which is a very short amount of time, to address those issues. So thanks again to Director Meggett and Grant Stevenson and General Manager Molinari. So seeing no further questions, I'd like to call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion as presented? Very good, it's unanimous. And I would like to ask if there's any further questions from members of committee under the CIES section of the agenda, or if General Manager Molinari has any further updates he'd like to share with the committee.
Nothing further at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Then I'll pass the chair back to you, Mayor Haxon.
Thank you very much. We're on item I, Community Parks, Recreation and Culture, with Councillor Cronin, the chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have 3 items on the agenda today for our department, and the first one is Community Parks, Recreation and Culture Memo, Emerald Ash Borer Update and Tree Preservation. Could I have a mover for this, please? Moved by Councillor Lahey, thank you. Mr. Carmison, can you fill us in on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, I'd like to inform Council and the public that there is minor inaccuracy with 2 of the dates in the memo. Staff are planning on the draft tree protection bylaw presentation to Council and the revised tree compensation standards to be presented to Council in fall of 2023, with public consultation and outreach in late 2023, with a presentation back to Council in 2024, and staff will correct the memo with the public record. Just want to inform Council we're not delaying the project by an entire year. We will be doing that work this year and early next. Just the second part of the report, I'd just like to note that we are drawing to a close the Emerald Ash Borer program. This is a 5-year program, completed on time and within the existing Council-approved budget, with absolutely no dedicated tax rate increase to our residents and businesses. Many other municipalities across Ontario and Canada had a dedicated tax rate increase for similar types of programs to address invasive species. Special thanks to Frank Mazzotta and his team, the manager of Parks Development and Operations, for leading this multi-year program. Happy to answer any questions that Council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Carmison. Any questions from committee? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
I just wanted to suggest that the motion be that we receive the memorandum as amended.
So noted. Okay. Any other questions or comments? I'd just like to add my 2 bits of thanks for the stewardship of this program. It's nice to hear that we did it with the available funds and not having to increase taxes as a result. So well done. I'd like to call a vote. All those in favor? Vote is unanimous. Thank you. That's carried. Next item on the agenda is the Community Parks and Recreation Culture Memo, Public Open House Notice, Active Trail Transportation and Trails Master Plan Update. Can I have a mover for this, please? Moved by Councillor Johns. Mr. Carmison, what can you tell us about this one?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's simply a memo informing Council of the Active Transportation and Trails Master Plan update, in particular our public consultation and outreach process through open house sessions within our communities in town.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Carmison? Councillor Carruthers?
Thank you. Can you tell me the expected participation of the Active Transportation and Trails Committee with regard to this? Because I've been on the committee and we've not seen this yet. And so it's going out to the public without the committee input. Just wondering if you can help me understand when the committee gets involved.
Mr. Carmison?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we could endeavor to provide the mapping to the committee. It's my understanding that we were going to provide the mapping as well as the priority routes, as well as a financial strategy moving forward. So we can endeavor to provide that information to the committee at our next available opportunity.
Thank you, I appreciate that, but this reminds me a lot of the Environment Committee and the tree bylaw, that we're not using our committees like maybe we should. And I would have thought that to have an advisory committee, they should be providing advice on something like a master plan in advance of rolling it out to the public. And as council liaison to that committee, not having seen what the master plan is, knowing that there's not going to be another committee meeting until after these open houses, I'm a little concerned that we're not making the best use of our committees if we're not engaging them on things that they have specific expertise in. So I'm hoping that we can have a robust engagement with them prior to it coming to council, so that council has the advice of this advisory committee when they are looking at this. Thank you.
Carmison?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. We never lose the opportunity to engage our committees. In particular, this is an update to our mapping from the consultants, and we hope to provide that updated mapping to the public as well as our committee to seek their input and any adjustments that may be required. So we envision this process being the sum of all the parts and not acting in autonomy with any one part of the process. So we'll endeavor absolutely to sit down with our committee of council and seek their input into the process. This is simply a first step where we've updated our mapping for the over 20 trails that we've built over the last 8 years. And then from there, we'll seek input from the public as well as our committee of council.
Thank you. Councillor Lahey?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. My question is as a follow-up to Councillor Carruthers, because my concern about input to date is regarding the questions that are asked in a general survey that's put out to the public. I know myself as a resident, if someone were to ask me, would you like more trails? The answer would be automatically yes. It would be wonderful to have more trails. However, if the question is phrased as, would you like more trails, but it's going to cost X number of millions of dollars for particular parts of the trail system, I think it's important, the wording of the trails, the survey, in order to get meaningful and accurate responses to make future decisions following the master plan about what financial implications there are for updating the trail system. So my question is, has there been any thought put into the wording of the communications or survey with the general public? And if so, what were the questions and how were they asked? Because I think that there are, as I said, financial implications to, and the outcomes can be dependent upon how the questions are asked.
Mr. Carmison?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the intent of the question was to determine whether our residents and businesses value trails being constructed in town. We do treat every trail differently as far as the construction. Some trails are built through the development planning process. Some trails are built through a separate capital construction project that would be a tax-based project. So we do have different ways of constructing trails, but I think the intent of the question was to determine whether or not trails in general were valued as far as the residents' input or the businesses' input.
Thank you. Through Mr. Chair, I have a follow-up question. That's excellent. I would like to ask, if it is the will of council, that in the public information sessions, that open houses that you are going to have, that it be used as an educational opportunity so that residents become aware that there are sometimes significant financial impacts of the trails, and that, in generally speaking, myself included, before becoming a councillor, I was not aware of sometimes the significant impact financially of trails. And so could that be considered as a component of the educational process during the public open house?
Mr. Karmazin?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely, we could take the opportunity to educate and inform residents on the process by which we do construct trails, as well as the financial funding sources, albeit through development planning or through our capital program, which is drawn from the tax base.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I believe Councillor Foster, you had a question as well, then Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Just a comment more than anything, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure that everyone realized that the master plan and the signage strategy had been brought forward to the Trails Committee more than once by our staff liaisons in the past term. So they should have some knowledge.
Thank you for that. Councillor Roy DeClemente, do you have a question?
Thank you. Yes, when I was liaison to to both the Trails Committee and the Active Transportation Advisory Committee, their role in the ATTMP was integral, and I know that Mr. Karmazin is very respectful of that. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify, is this process just an update to the mapping in the ATTMP, or are we also updating policy aspects of the plan, or the timing and implementation? I know that there were short-term, medium-term, and long-term trails identified. Are we adjusting any of those criteria in the plan?
Mr. Karmazin?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the project looks at an update on our mapping, an update on the priority routes that have in the past been identified with our Active Transportation and Trails Committee of Council, as well as the short, medium, and long-term financial strategy as well. So that is the major scope of work involved with this update. The policy framework that was adopted with the original ATTMP is still intact, and we are following through on that. This was simply an update over our last 8 years of trails construction to update our mapping as well as our priorities moving forward.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's important. I know that one of the lessons that we learned during the first iteration was that a lot of the active transportation routes that the committee and the plan had identified, almost half of them relied on York Region's roadworks and their capital projects. And so I think it might be helpful if we engaged with them as well. I know that they used to have a presence on our committee, but just making sure that we're linking what we're hoping to accomplish with where we think the region is going to be going with as far as their roads program is concerned. That would be appreciated. I just did want to kind of comment a little bit on what Councillor Lahey raised as far as engaging with the public and ensuring that they understood a little bit more about some of the policy choices that we've made. I think this is an opportunity to talk about, cost per kilometer to build, and whether it's granular base or a boardwalk, those are tremendous differences in price. And I think if there's an ability to put some information out to the residents to point out how expensive trails are to build, that would be great, as well as some understanding on policy with respect to our standards. Our residents value our trail systems and our trail networks. We often field questions about why we don't pave our trails or why we don't have electrical light standards at every few hundred meters. I think it's important for us to communicate that those are part of our long-term values and how we build trails and where we build trails. And I think this is an opportunity to communicate that with our residents. And I think some of those thoughts also kind of fall into the conversation we're going to have in a little bit about Vivian Creek and saying, well, I value that trail, you can't get rid of it. Meanwhile, we might be looking at spending, several $100,000, if not $1 million or more, trying to restore a trail that if people knew that their taxes would have to go up because of that, they might have made different decisions on the survey. So just giving some thought to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Roy DiClemente. Good comments. Any other questions or comments on item number 2? Seeing none, I will call the vote for that we receive this update. All those in favor? Okay. Motion passed. Item number 3, Joint Community Parks, Recreation and Culture and Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services Memo, Vivian Creek Hiking Trail Update and Storm Outfalls. Could I have a mover for this, please? Councillor Lahey. Okay, Mr. Karmazin, please fill us in on this one.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is a joint memorandum in partnership with CIES, informing Council of our public outreach and consultation related to the rehabilitation and enhancement of a trail connection along with other work undertaken by CIES within the Vivian Creek Valley. Happy to answer any questions related to the memorandum.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Mr. Karmazin? Councillor Lahey.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. There are 2 parts to this. There's the trail update and the storm outfalls. So would it be possible to speak to, maybe this is a question for General Manager Molinari, the difference between the needs of the storm outfall versus the need for the trail update? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The storm outfalls are it's existing infrastructure that we need to maintain, and those outfalls have been in place for many years, and over time have deteriorated to a point where we need to go in and do some work to restore them back to their original functioning order. So that work is. It's something that we've identified, and we actually have a consultant in place who's going to do the design work on that this year, with the hopes of going ahead with the construction contract either next year or the year after. This particular memorandum is looking at the trail component as well, which is somewhat discretionary in that council at some point will need to determine whether or not it wants to expend the funds on that trail connection. And there's also a fairly extensive retaining wall that's in that area that is also not in the best of shape. And there's some options in terms of removing the retaining wall and filling it in with dirt, or installing the trail in that location and maintaining that retaining wall. So, the trail component provides a nice public feature, but it comes at a cost. And part of the RFP that is being proposed is to get started on that design, to understand what those costs may be, and then report back to council on the trail component to determine if that's something that council wants to proceed with or not. The location of that trail is actually somewhat helpful from our perspective in terms of being able to access the outfalls and maybe use that trail location to assist with that construction activity. So CPRC and CIS are working very closely in that regard, so that we can coordinate our works and determine what we want to do out there and what's necessary in order to facilitate the construction that we have to move forward with, namely the outfall work. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Molinari. And just if I may add context to that, I know this has been a long time coming. This predates certainly my term on council, and I know prior to me, Councillor Roy DiClemente and even the mayor had dealt with this, so it's been a long time coming, so I appreciate getting on with it. Councillor Lahey, you had a second question.
Thank you very much. It's a question perhaps General Manager Molinari is also a financial question, but it's with regard to the timing of the consultation that you are undertaking and the report that will be developed that will indicate the costs. When will that report be received by council, and will it be in time to be part of the 2024 budget deliberations?
Who'd like to take this one?
Through Mr. Chair, I would suggest that, CPRC and CIS will work closely on this one, but the idea would be to issue an RFP, get some additional base work done on that, and come back to council with some real numbers in terms of what that costing will look like. It's a big job and a lot of moving pieces, and we've spent some time already speaking with contractors and consultants just because it's a very unusual location and constructability for the outfalls is difficult. So it's taken some time just to be able to get us to this point. And similarly, this design exercise, if we do a 30% design, we should be able to be in a spot where we can give you a good order of magnitude estimate on what that trail component would be, and then make a decision from there. So that should be something that we would be able to kind of pull together early in 2024 with a report to council. In the meantime, we could put a placeholder in a budget for consideration for 2024, and that at least provides some funds to be able to do something if depending on what council wishes to do with the trail.
Thank you very much. Okay. Councillor Roy DeClemente, you had a question.
It's something that's in the deep recesses of my subconscious. I believe that we have an open capital project for this project. So we've already allocated some money towards it, if I'm not mistaken.
Gentlemen, who would like to take this one? Mr. Molinari?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have an open capital item. It's for design of the outfalls. So that work is proceeding outside of this request on this update.
So perhaps, Mr. Chair, what did we earmark for just designing the outfalls? Do we know?
Through Mr. Chair, I don't recall the exact numbers on that, but I don't think there's room for additional work outside of that.
No, I don't imagine there would be. To Councillor Crone's, to Mr. Chair, your point, I think it even predates my time on council. So that's how long we've been trying to handle this. What I'm mindful of, I just wanted to point out, was I believe some of the retaining wall infrastructure is actually on private property. And so we need to be mindful of the fact that we are doing works or considering doing works on private property. And so we'll need some kind of an agreement or a negotiation process with those residents. I don't think it's appropriate or fair for the residents to bear the entire cost of this work, but there needs to be some consideration for the fact that it is on private property, and that's part of why it's so complicated. So I just want us to be mindful of that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other questions? Mr. Foster, you look like you have something germinating there.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just brought the question when Councillor Roy DeClemente mentioned that if they're on private property, did we put them there? We did? And if we didn't, is it our responsibility? Kind of an interesting mess.
You're on the hot seat today, Mr. Molinari.
It's part of the reason why we don't like retaining walls, period.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that retaining wall would have been constructed through a development process, and oftentimes they'll put some of that infrastructure on private property, and sometimes it means that the private people will pay for the replacement of that, but it also sometimes the infrastructure is so large and crosses property boundaries with their adjacent neighbors that it makes relying on the public or on those private entities very difficult in order to maintain that infrastructure. So sometimes there's usually a cost sharing, or there's some kind of negotiation that happens in order to facilitate some of those works. In this particular case, there may or may not be a need to fully replace that retaining wall. That'll be part of the decision that comes back with the need for the trail ultimately.
Thank you, Mr. Molinari. Yeah, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Any other questions? All right, could I call the vote then that we receive this update? All those in favor? Okay, none opposed. Motion is carried. That's it for our reports. Does committee have any questions for Mr. Karmazin? Okay, Mr. Karmazin, do you have anything else you'd like to share with committee?
Through you, Mr. Chair, nothing further at this time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I hand the chair back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We are on item J, Development Services, with Councillor Roy DeClemente in the chair, and I have just gone through the number of items. There are 7, and I might suggest that it is 12, just over 12 o'clock, that we take our break here now and come back to Development Services at 1 o'clock. Okay, so we'll just recess at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For those joining us on the call, the committee is recessing and we will resume at 1 o'clock.
Good afternoon. We're now going to resume our Committee of the Whole meeting, starting with Development Services with Councillor Roy DeClemente in the chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a pretty heavy agenda before us this afternoon. The first item is item J1, which is DS 2023-27, an application for site plan approval from Skarn Resources, Inc. at number 2 Don Rose Boulevard in Mount Albert. May I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Crone. Ms. Bégin, would you care to present this report to us, please?
Certainly, through you, Madam Chair. This is a report recommending site plan approval for a mixed-use commercial development. And I note that the applicants are in the room and available to answer any questions that council may have. Just wanted to note that this application has come before council previously and was or come to council's attention, and there was some contention associated with it. We believe that those matters have been resolved satisfactorily, but as part of the bringing forward this report, we did, even though it was not necessarily a requirement, we did notify the parties that were listed as interested parties in previous discussions, and staff have not had any response or concerns expressed as a result of this recommendation report. So, we believe that concerns relative to access and environmental and the environmental features have all been satisfactorily resolved, and we look forward to having this as a generator of employment and supporting both new businesses and the expansion of some existing businesses into a new location.
Thank you, Ms. Bégin. Any questions or comments? Councillor Crone and then Councillor Lahey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to our staff, this is interesting news. I know it's been dormant for a number of years, so interesting to see that it's active again. Do we know if there are any potentially signed leases for this? I know Mount Albert is in need of an extra medical office and lab possibly and daycare. Just want to know if there's anyone kicking the tires on that. Thank you.
I believe so, Madam Chair, if you permit the applicant to respond, if that is.
Sure.
I don't have the details on any signed leases. So.
I'll recognize the guest here. If you could just introduce yourself for the record, please.
Sure. Hello, Madam Chair. My name is Afshin Abtekar from TDMT and Associates. Basically, we are the project manager for this project.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Actually, to answer your question, we originally had up to 70% lease agreement or letter of intents for this project. Of course, we have to renew all those because it takes longer than we expected. But yes, we have almost 70% of those requests in. And even we had some additional requests, we refused to sign letter of intent because we did not have any project deadline. Thank you.
So demand is high. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Glad to hear that there is the demand. Are you at liberty to say what sectors of commercial business are interested or institutional?
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair. Actually, we had dental clinics. It was a major request for basically drugstore. But also, we don't know that request is still there, but that was there. We have medical offices, we have physiotherapists, and also daycare, plus dance studio, and of course, some restaurants and coffee shops.
Okay. Music to my ears. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Lahey, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, thank you very much for bringing this forward and for sharing some of that information. Much needed services for the town of Mount Albert, and they'll be greatly appreciated when they come to fruition. My question is with regard to, because the project has had so many versions and iterations and been evolving since 2016, I was looking through the traffic report that was completed back in 2019. And since then, it's my understanding that, well, I know there's a crosswalk there now at that intersection, just east of that intersection, which was not in the report at the time that it was done in 2019. So has there been any research or study done since the crosswalk went in to address any potential safety concerns for pedestrians crossing Mount Albert Road?
I think this question is probably best addressed by Mr. Molinari.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Molinari, if you can help us out.
Through you, Madam Chair. I'll try. I guess the fact that the pedestrian crossing is in now, as opposed to it not being in, one of the safety measures that we would have looked for is maybe this particular site's generating so much traffic that it actually creates a warrant at that location. So the fact that the crossing's in adds to the safety of the area, and it's a good thing to have that there. Whether there would, whether the pedestrian traffic counts would have been incorporated into their traffic management plan, it might have made some minor adjustments here and there, but I don't think fundamentally there would be a significant overall change to the plan or its recommendation as a result of that.
Thank you, Mr. Molinari. Further?
Yes, a further question for Mr. Molinari. In terms of overall crosswalk safety, because there is an anticipated increase in traffic and it's a regional road, so it's ultimately the region's responsibility for that road. But throughout town, and including on Centre Street, there is also a new crosswalk. And I'm wondering about looking into enhancing safety features at those crosswalks with illumination or other features in the future.
Through you, Madam Chair. The region follows a pretty prescribed set of warrants for all of their different treatments that they would use, including for their pedestrian crossovers. So that would be something we'd take back to the region and kind of let them know that there's this new development going in. They'd probably do a traffic count and pedestrian count, and if it meets the thresholds for a more robust configuration, or then they would install that.
Thank you, Mr. Molinari. I believe actually that crosswalk was put in as part of this site plan process. There was a great deal of discussion at the time when this happened, so it's associated with this already. So, okay, Councillor Johns.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to our representative from Skarn Resources. I just wanted to say thank you for investing in our community to help us build complete communities. The fact is that through last StatsCan report, and for some reason I am echoing here, and I don't, oh, look at that, turn it back on, and now I should be good. No, I'm not. How about now? Shut my mic.
Try it again.
Now.
That's better.
I was just wanting to discuss about the fact that we have been Canada's leading municipality in housing starts from StatCan. And that is not just we are leaders, like out of 3,500 municipalities, we have been #1. And so we have been doing our part from a housing standpoint, and we're looking to be able to continue to support to do that. But the fact is that we have been behind in our commercial and industrial services, and the fact that you're here today and seeing us as an opportunity to invest in our community and help support our residents, I think that's incredible, and I'm looking forward to being able to help support you in getting the ground broken and getting us open as soon as possible to help support our residents. So through you, Madam Chair, I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Ms. Bijan, I did have one quick question. I know casting my mind back to this process, one of the issues was making sure that the traffic circulation would work. There wasn't an approval from York Region to access the site off Mount Albert Road. The site plan now shows access, so I'm just confirming that York Region has given the proponent applicant the ability to access Mount Albert Road.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. They have access points off of Mount Albert and Don Rose now.
And I think that's probably going a great distance to addressing the concerns that were raised back during the initial processes. So I have a motion on the table from Councillor Crone. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here, sir. All right, our next item is Development Services DS 2023-28, a site plan application from a numbered company in Ontario at 2402 Holborn Road. Ms. Bégin, did you want to present this one to us, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have another site plan application recommendation for approval. This is for the establishment of a wholesale nursery operation, which will bring with it approximately 5 to 8 jobs. This is a new business within the community, and staff have had an opportunity to complete an exhaustive technical review of the site plan and are happy to recommend this for approval.
Thank you, Ms. Bégin. Any questions? Oh, I didn't ask for a motion, actually. Can I have a motion? Moved by Councillor Johns. Any questions or comments? Ms. Bégin, have we linked these applicants in with our economic development team as well, just for any resources they may need?
I believe so, but I will certainly, we have a representative of the applicant in the room, and I think for both of the applications that were just before council, economic development certainly stands available to assist in helping them to move forward with their projects.
Thank you. Again, positive news for our community, and thank you for investing in our town. I have a motion on the floor from Councillor Johns to approve the resolution as presented. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much. Next item on our agenda is Development Services Report 2023-29, an extension of approved draft plan of subdivision for Queensville Properties Phase 5. Ms. Bégin, would you like to present this one to us?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. This is an application for an extension. As council is aware, this applicant was previously granted an exemption for a 3-year period. They're currently seeking a 1-year extension and are actively working with the York Catholic District School Board to finalize the transfer of the school property located within this development, and anticipate being able to move forward within the year.
Again, I neglected to call for a mover. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Johns. Any questions on this one? Ms. Bégin, do they have I believe the report doesn't say, it doesn't suggest that our subdivision agreement is not executed with this applicant. Is that correct?
That's correct. They have not yet executed the subdivision agreement.
Okay, and do we know how many units are in this phase?
This development accounts for 273 single detached and 81 townhouse units.
Okay, and so we're being told by the province that we're in a hurry to get more housing built. These folks have allocation available to them, and they want us to extend for another year. This is adjacent to the existing residents at Grant Court as well. So we have existing residents who are being disrupted by waiting for this. Is that correct?
That's correct. Through you, Madam Chair. This is one of the issues that I think is worthy of note as we have discussions around our housing commitment moving forward. There are certainly some aspects of advancing housing that are within the municipality's control, but there are a number of other market forces that impact on a developer's decision to actually move forward and build. And I think it's important that that be part of the conversation, that it's not all of the efforts to build new housing can rely on the municipalities exclusively.
Thank you. Well, it's new housing and it's a new school that's also being delayed by another year.
Through you, Madam Chair, my understanding is that the timelines that the York Catholic District School Board is proposing is to be operational by September of 2025. So as it stands, that those timelines are not in jeopardy, but a further delay would impact that.
Okay. Any questions from members of committee? Okay, seeing none, I've got a motion from Councillor Johns on the table. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Next item on our agenda, number 4, is Development Services Report 2023-30, request to remove property from the town's Registry of Cultural Heritage Properties at 19399 Yonge Street in Holland Landing. Ms. Bégin, did you have any further comments to add to this report? Oh, before we go there, may I have a motion, please? Moved by Councillor Crone. All right, go ahead, Ms. Bégin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As council is aware, this property is associated with an active appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal. I just wanted to make it clear that this application is not in any way related and will have no impact or bearing on the either the proceedings of that tribunal hearing and or council's ultimate determination. So, but working with the Heritage Advisory Committee, the applicant did meet the requirements of being able to move forward with a removal request.
Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm, through you to Ms. Bégin, I'm just wondering, you know, maybe there is some merit to deferring this until after the land tribunal is over. Depending on the outcome, it may impact the use of this building, whether we keep it or not. So I throw that out there for consideration.
Through you, Madam Chair, and we also have the manager of planning here who can speak in more depth to this matter, but we did consider, first of all, the implications or the potential impact on the proceedings with the Ontario Land Tribunal, but we also looked at it from the perspective of you know, deferring and the merits of deferring it. The state of the structure are such that it could pose a hazard, and there could be, you know, maintaining the building could end ultimately pose a safety risk. So for that reason, we recommended proceeding with removing it and having it dealt with. Ultimately, it has no impact on the speed with which the development would move forward. It's more of a in relation to any potential risk to the existing community.
And just further to that, Ms. Bégin, have they conducted the appropriate heritage impact studies, and so they've done the reports and the work that is required for this?
That's correct. They worked with the Heritage Committee, completed the assessment, and Heritage Committee is of the opinion that their removal request should be supported.
Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Ms. Bégin. Given that there are safety concerns, should the applicant not have erect barriers around the building if we are concerned about safety?
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe it's the concern is that if the structure remains uninhabited and not maintained, because the intent ultimately is to remove all of the properties that they've assembled, or all of the structures that they've assembled on those properties, that it could deteriorate to a point where it causes a threat. So we can certainly have our inspectors look and assess the current state, but I think it was more, there's really no advantage to the municipality to maintaining the structure as it stands.
Councillor Carruthers and then Councillor Johns.
Thank you. We're slated to have a review of our heritage approach this fall, and I'm wondering, I'm thinking it makes a lot of sense to defer this until we have that. I'm listening to what we're saying about the state of the site, and it sounds like the problem is that it's unoccupied and therefore deteriorating, which to me says that the owner of the building needs to maintain it, that if someone was living in there, it would be maintained. The fact that it's abandoned, it's not completely abandoned, someone owns it, and they need to look after it until such time as we're ready to make a decision on it. And I'm not prepared to make a decision on it until we complete that heritage review. I think that I've said it a number of times here that we keep taking things off the heritage list, and we do need that fulsome review. And I don't think that there's anything imminent about this other than the owner not wanting to maintain it. And to Councillor Crone's point about erecting a fence, please, not another fence around a falling down building on Holland Landing. We have enough of that, thanks.
Right.
Yes, you may,
All
of
right.
course.
Through you, Madam Chair. I think we have to be mindful of not sort of conflating two different ideas and intentions here. When we do conduct a heritage review, it's more to the purpose of identifying what council's priorities are in terms of resource allocation and what they intend. The process has been mandated by the province in terms of the assessment of the property and a review, and the cultural assessment has found that it did not have significant cultural or wasn't culturally or historically significant. So it's unlikely that that outcome would change as a result of a review. We would not be impacting provincial the heritage legislation. What we would, my understanding, what we would be impacting is the amount of resources that we bring to bear on whether it's refining the list by doing these cultural impact assessments and further study, or introducing new activities to support heritage preservation, that type of thing.
I appreciate that, and those are good points. I'm not in a hurry to take this off our list if the only rationale for urgency is that the owner doesn't want to keep it up because there's no one living in it. So I'm not in favor of this.
Go ahead.
I don't believe that is the rationale. Staff looked at it from the perspective of do we have any objections? Are the needs of the municipality being met in terms of heritage preservation? And we felt that they were. We don't typically any sort of intent on the part of the property owner doesn't factor into those discussions. It's really, did it meet, through the legislative requirements in terms of the review that was conducted, did it satisfy the requirements for removal? So, but certainly it's at council's discretion as, and deferral is obviously an option, but just wanted to clarify that that the staff review really leans heavily on the recommendations of the Heritage Advisory Committee and their perspective on whether or not a property should be retained or removed from the list.
I may.
Further, yeah.
So now I'm confused. Is it coming off the list because it's the state of the building, the fact that it could pose a safety risk, which I believe you said, is that part of the reason why it's coming off the list? So if that's not part, I see you shaking your head. So if that's not part of the reason why it's coming off the list, I guess I'm concerned that if we've identified a building that you said is a safety risk, then as part of this, we have to make sure that they take it down. Because all we're accomplishing with this today, if we approve this today, it would no longer be on the heritage list. The safety issue would still exist, that we would have an abandoned building in the middle of Holland Landing, and we're not doing anything about the safety of it. So I don't want to conflate the two issues, but I do think they are directly related, that if you've brought up that there's a safety concern, then I want that addressed.
So, Ms. Benjamin, the property standards bylaw would still apply here. Whether it's on the heritage list or not, our staff would still be able to enforce property standards. And so if windows are broken and people are living in it and so on, that's an issue. But I think what you're trying to say to us, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the property owner, doesn't matter what's happening on other areas, but the property owner has followed a process, paid the fee, filed the reports, and we're following through with how we handle these matters.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. And I apologize if I misspoke, but the issue with respect to safety really was what influenced the timing of when we brought this report forward, not the content of the report. So we debated deferring this report until the outcome of the land tribunal was decided, but then the conversation around the potential risk of not addressing it and then not permitting for demolition to take place, ultimately that would pose more of a risk from a safety perspective. So that was the actual that just had to do with the timing and why we did not choose to defer this, and why, or wait till the outcome of the OLT tribunal, because they aren't related, and in any other circumstance, if the property was in poor repair, it had been properly assessed, we would be bringing the recommendation forward.
So does removing it from the heritage list does not have the requirement that they demolish it? So removing it from the heritage list has nothing to do with the safety. If there's a safety issue, how are we addressing that? If we take it off the list, how is the safety issue being addressed?
Through you, Madam Chair, it can't be demolished if it's still on the list. So this is a first step to enable that possibility.
So my question remains, if we do remove it from the list, how do we ensure the safety of the building?
That would be through the property standards bylaw. So irrespective of the fact that we understand it is the property owner's intent to demolish it, even if that were not the case, we would still have the ability to expedite that process through our property standards assessment.
Thank you.
Councillor Johns, do you still have a comment or a question?
I'm going to play, Madam Chair, I'll play my rookie card here again. So the Ontario Land Tribunal is a judicial body.
Quasi-judicial.
Quasi-judicial. Ms. Bégin, you just said that there is no relation to the proponent's request of this and the proceedings through the Ontario Land Tribunal. Is it the same proponent?
Yes.
Like, you said there is no they are not related, is what I wrote down here. You said they are not related.
Through you, Madam Chair, it is the same proponent, but it has no bearing on the outcome of a decision that the Ontario Land Tribunal may make with respect to the appeal based on a non-decision. So right now they have assembled 4 properties. The intent of the developer, as we understand it, when and if the development moves forward, would be to remove the buildings that are on those properties and proceed with their development. One of those properties was listed, and they went through the process to have it evaluated, assessed, and removed from the list. That's sort of the essence of the report before you. One of the mitigating considerations is that should we choose to delay and not process this removal, which they have satisfied all the requirements for, it does not necessarily provide any benefit to the town and could potentially provide a potential risk if the building is left derelict.
Liability to the proponent who owns the property as well, who should have responsibility of that. Sorry, Madam Chair, for not going through you. So I recognize the position in which you are providing that advice, but from the director's standpoint, we have a property owner who has decided to move forward in a quasi-judicial process to make a ruling against us. And if that is the case, and we acknowledge the results of the quasi-judicial process and we abide by them, I do not know how I can sit here in good faith and make a decision on a piece of property where they have decided to essentially take us to court on. I am not prepared to vote in favor of this, even though you're saying that it meets all the conditions, but they have taken us to court. Maybe the timing is poor. I will just say that the timing is very poor for us to be receiving this while they're taking us to court. If the court deems that they are to move forward with the process, I'm happy to entertain in an expeditious way coming to a decision on being able to move forward on their property. But I just don't know how I can sit here as a director with somebody taking us to court and then making a decision on their property and then having us saying that we're liable for it when meanwhile they own the property. Look after your property. I'm sorry. That's just where I'm at, and Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. Councillor Lahey, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. They are two completely separate issues. What is going on with the Ontario Land Tribunal and the information that has been put forward to us today. And I have confidence in the abilities of the staff to make the appropriate recommendations, and we have asked questions and staff have answered them, and so I will confidently plan to vote in favor of approving this request because all of the requirements have been fulfilled. Thank you.
Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you too, Ms. Bejan. Do we have a date yet for the Ontario Land Tribunal hearing with this applicant?
Through you, Madam Chair, we do not. We have a date for the conference.
The trading of files.
Yes, basically, yeah, the conference, and I can't remember the...
Discovery?
Yes, basically discovery, where there will be an opportunity to discuss whether or not this will proceed to an official hearing. There may be discussion of mediation. There may be discussion of settlement. So we don't have. So we have that's August 8th, I believe. The conference to review all of the materials and to discuss the way forward. And then at that time, a decision or determination would be made, and then a hearing date would be assigned.
It looks like you have something further to add, Mr. Greco.
Through you, Madam Chair, yeah, our senior planner, Antonio Greco, is the planner on the file and would be called as a witness on behalf of the town should this proceed to an actual hearing.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, the case management conference is scheduled for August 11th, which is strictly discovery with our legal counsel and their legal counsel on the file.
Thank you for that. Councillor Crone.
Madam Chair, given that I've heard some people talk not wanting to support this, some of my colleagues not wanting to support this, I'm wondering if I should change my motion that we defer this decision until the first meeting of council in September. And put that on the table now. I would hate for us to put the motion as it is today and have it defeated. At least we can keep the notion of this alive to give them the opportunity to remove it without frustrating the process. So I would just suggest amend the motion that we defer decision until when's our next council meeting in September 6th. So I would throw out that amendment to my own motion.
Ms. Bejan, then Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. As a point of clarity, I just wanted to note that any discussions regarding potential risk and liability, that was a staff's interpretation. This was not something that the proponent discussed or in any way suggested that that the town would have liability. So I just wanted to make that as a point of clarity.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers.
And sometimes when we remove something from the heritage list or allow demolition, we have caveats on it about replace with something similar and in keeping with, that type of language. Do we have a possibility of doing that with this?
I think that's entirely possible. Councillor Foster, we haven't heard from you yet.
So in the Heritage Advisory Committee meetings with the Holland Hope people, that was conveyed, that there would be a heritage context to the village on whatever they build, and possibly even more than that. So that is there. My intent was to make sure that that went into today's resolution if we get that far, but the way it looks now, we may defer.
Madam Chair, if I may continue?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that the deferral is good and that we can take the time to add language such as that. I'm also interested in staff reporting back to council on the security and safety of that building. I don't want another security fence put up in downtown Holland Landing for what could be a very long time. Even if they're successful at the land tribunal, they don't have allocation. It could be there for another 7 years, maybe longer. So I want to make sure that we still have their interest in ask their request before us, that part of that fulfilling that request, that we put some caveats on it to ensure that we're protecting the look of downtown Holland Landing. So I think deferring this to our next meeting and coming back with a more robust recommendations, I think would be very wise.
Councillor Lahey.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair. Because these are two completely separate matters, I am concerned, and I would like to get a legal perspective, if this could compromise the town's, or even the town's appearance of negotiating in an unbiased manner if we are deliberately delaying the approval of this request.
Madam Solicitor, I see your mic is on.
Through you, Madam Chair. This is a discussion best held in a closed session. So if you'd like to discuss that at this time, we can do that. Because I could provide some perspective on some of the comments about this application and about the removal from the registry, the two issues. So I'm in your hands if you wish to recess into in-camera session.
Madam Clerk, perhaps what I might suggest, I'm looking for a little bit of assistance here. We have a couple more items on the Development Services agenda. Am I able to, there's two things I think we can either do. We can either just receive this and create a second resolution to deal with in camera and then rise and report, or we can just table this till 2 o'clock, because we're supposed to be in closed session at 2, and continue on with the agenda. What's the mechanism here that I need to?
Through you, Madam Chair. So the committee can definitely procedurally move into a closed session just to deal with this matter now. Reality is the closed session plan is done in an umbrella of special council meeting, so it's separate meeting altogether.
Okay.
This meeting will not carry over into the other.
I'm just thinking we've got 20 minutes. So
we can certainly facilitate that. We're just going to need a couple minutes just to be able to transition and get a proper resolution to proceed into a closed meeting. I believe solicitor-client privilege exemption would apply, Ms. Ingram. So if that is committee's wishes, Madam Chair, what I would recommend is soliciting that style
I'm
of
seeing
recommendation.
some hands going that we would like to move into closed session at this time and not continue on. Councillor Carruthers?
I just want to correct the record. Councillor Lahey said that we were deliberately delaying, and I think that is offensive, that there is, I raised some legitimate concerns that I would like staff to come back with. And so to imply that anyone at this table is deliberately delaying, I think is wrong, and I think it's offensive. And I hope that you can take those remarks back, because that is not what is intended here at all, and I don't think that should be a part of our public record. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we're moving into closed session.
Through you, Madam Chair. So you would just require a mover to proceed into a closed meeting pursuant to Section 239(2)F, which would be subject to solicitor-client privilege, including any communication necessary for that purpose under the Act, to obtain legal feedback with respect to this particular property.
Who would like to move that? Councillor Carruthers. All those in favor? And that motion is carried.
Just bear with us for a moment, as we have some individuals on the call as well, so we're just going to make sure that we're in a secured session. I believe if we can get our callers to leave, that would be great.
Thank you.
And we'll work with the production to go into closed session. One moment.
as we slam the door open.
So, Madam Chair, we are now back into the open session with a motion to rise and report from the closed meeting at 2:19 p.m. You would just need a mover for that.
Okay, may I have a motion that we rise, moved by Mayor Haxon? All those in favor? And that motion is carried. So we're now in open session. We've received advice subject to solicitor-client privilege, and we're now going to try and move forward with our agenda. At this time, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Crone. Be it resolved that we receive the report, and he amended his motion earlier in our meeting to the second clause of that resolution be that we defer the matter to our meeting of September 6th. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councillor Crone.
Yes, sorry, may I make a further amendment?
Sure.
That we defer in order to seek further information?
Okay, so the motion is that we defer to
September
September
6th.
6th in order to seek further information.
Correct, thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, moved by Councillor Crone. All those in favor? Opposed? And that motion is carried. Okay. Glad that one's behind us for now. All right, so number 5 on our agenda is Development Services Report 2023-31, Complete Communities, New Community Area, Secondary Plan, Terms of Reference. Ms. Bégin, you want to take a stab at this one?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I thought this was going to be the complex one, but, and admittedly, there are a number of recommendations here. Just some context in terms of what this is hoping to achieve. This is really to initiate or to approve the terms of reference to initiate a secondary planning process, the function of which is to promote the orderly and appropriate development of vacant lands. The intent is to adapt and implement the objectives and the policies and the land use designations of the official plan, and ensure that that the objectives of our existing official plan align and fit within the local context of the secondary planning area. This is a really initiation of a process, and council will have opportunity to have input at every step of the process, specifically as regards the studies that are being detailed by the terms of reference. Staff will work with the landowner group to provide input on the firms and the experts that they engage to carry out the studies, and then certainly the work product of those studies is will be subject to council's review and approval. So while this, there's a lot to consider at once, it really just allows this process to commence, to be able to move forward collaboratively with the landowners group. We are in discussions with the region as we refine our official plan, and so we're seeking the ability to make any changes to the terms of reference as may be required, as a result of emerging legislation and feedback from the region of York, and then that we would have the ability for the General Manager of Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services to provide input on the technical studies and the requirements of those studies. Again, that is all subject, even if we approve the study to be undertaken, doesn't necessarily mean that we approve the results that are produced, and we always have the option to go back and request or require more information and more detail. And that the timing, for context, is really because all of the decisions around the infrastructure and the expansion of the York-Durham sewage solution is going to require the investment on the part of the developers and the landowners group in particular. And in order for them to be able to work with their financial institutions, they're looking for a level of planning certainty to be able to then access the funds that the province would need to be able to initiate the work to bring infrastructure to East Gwillimbury. So it's so that's why it's moving forward now, but it's certainly logically linked to the continued updating of the official plan, and in no way circumvents council's ability to have input and impact how the secondary plan ultimately looks once it's completed.
Thank you, Ms. Béger. What I should have done before we even rolled into this was just let people know who have tuned in live that we are still in our committee of the whole agenda, and we are currently considering item number 5 under development services. And I believe we'll be going into a special council when we've wrapped up this. Is that correct? Okay, so just folks who are on the line live, that's what's happening here in the room. And then I also didn't call for a motion, so may I have a mover before we can put this on the floor? Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Lahey. Members of committee, any questions or comments about this one? Councillor Carruthers.
This is so key to our future as a town. The secondary plan is gigantic. This report is huge. The list of recommendations coming out of this report are also huge. We are half an hour behind schedule. We still have 3 or 4 more items to go. I'm not sure that there is sufficient time to fully debate all these recommendations and the size of this report. Given that our OP is not approved yet, it seems premature to be working on a secondary plan, on an official plan that hasn't been approved. I also object to the fact that this has the appearance that the developers are driving the bus on this. If they're funding it, I have lots of questions about how we maintain control of the process that developers are funding. So I can't be in favor of this today. I'm hoping that we can have a council workshop where we can dive a little deeper into this report that today, unfortunately, time doesn't allow for us to get as deep into this as I think that we need to be. I'm disappointed at the comment that developers are looking for certainty, because in the report it says that we can go back and make revisions. So if they're looking for certainty, but we're being told this is still up for revision, I'm not really sure how to rectify that. So I won't be voting in favor of this today. I would ask that we entertain a motion that we have a council workshop on secondary planning.
Ms. Béger.
Through you, Madam Chair, just to speak to clarify the point around certainty, this is a process that will take many months to complete, and working backwards from the timelines that the development community believes are being imposed by the province to be able to come up with the financing for the infrastructure. At that time, they want to be able to have a level of planning certainty, but it doesn't. But that is many months away, and this is a very long, involved process to go through the planning process. So it is not meant to shortcut or circumvent the studies and the review and the planning conversations that need to happen. It is really meant to take advantage of the ability to start now as we're updating the official plan and moving forward. The schedules, et cetera, that have been changed as a result of the emerging legislation will impact the secondary plan as well.
Ms. Béger, who's hiring these consultants? The town?
The way that the terms of reference is broken out, there are some studies that the town will be responsible for. The town will engage the coordinating planning consultant who will have ultimate oversight of how the studies are conducted, and we will work the proposed approach was that we would work collaboratively with the developer group. They would propose consultants to carry out the studies that they're responsible for, and we would have the ability to approve or recommend an alternative.
So if council doesn't like the final product, then they can send it back and say, we don't like it, we want something else.
Absolutely. We also have the ability to suggest that we use a different consultant or before we even initiate the study.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lahey, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair. Will part of these potential future workshops and meetings of council and staff include discussion of the 900 sewage allocations and the draft plan?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's a different matter. Any allocation resulting from the new infrastructure is yet to be addressed by council. So this is really about putting the physical pipe in the ground and recognizing that it's not a project that would be funded by the region, similar to when we had the initial installation of the York-Durham sewage system. It was the development community that front-ended the cost of the inputting the physical infrastructure, and then discussions around capacity and allocation came after that. Certainly, the arrangements typically were, in the prior case, they were eligible for DC credits as a result of the investment that they made into the infrastructure, but allocation is a separate process.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Chair. Well, I have a follow-up question and request then, because in my opinion, the sewage allocations in this planning process, while it might not be directly discussed in future workshop on the secondary plan, it's key to the next 3.5 years of the term of council as the fastest growing municipality in Canada. And I would like to request that we do have a special workshop on that planning and allocation of the sewage allocations, those 900 sewage allocations. You mentioned in your comments, if I can make another observation, that the developers have front-ended the cost of the infrastructure. Is that correct?
Historically, the initial installation of what we know as the York-Durham sewage solution, yes, the development community helped to front end some of that, but I also want to be careful to the allocation reserve that the municipality controls. I believe it's the intent to have more discussions and workshops, as you suggest, prior to council approving and the allocation policy or the draft allocation policy related to that reserve specifically. What we're talking about with respect to this secondary planning process is having the capacity to plan for a development to the extent that the developers have a reasonable level of understanding what is going to go where and when, and be able to attach projected budgets to that, which then allows them the ability to make a financial upfront investment into the pipe. There's no point in discussing allocation if there's no pipe to connect to the property.
So if I may, I think I can help here. So York-Durham sewage solution, the line that came up second concession that created the situation where we became Canada's fastest growing municipality, was paid for by the development community. It was front-ended by the development community, and those parties had subdivision agreements and plans. There were networks of where the houses were going to go, how many they had, and they had been there waiting since the mid-90s. So they had planning certainty, and they were waiting for the pipe. So they were able to access those funds and provide those funds to York Region in order to make the pipe possible. So those 900 units that we're talking about are still part of that first phase. Once those are gone and the people who are holding allocation and reserve that they've paid for have built those houses, development comes to a grinding halt unless there's a second phase, which is the white belt lands in our community. The white belt lands need to have planning approvals in place in order for the developers to pay for the second pipe. So at this point, we need to move forward with the secondary plan process in order to initiate those funding agreements. Ms. Bégin, from my perspective, I think one of the important parts of this process is not just the secondary plan piece, but also the phasing plan. When we're looking at all of our white belt lands, one of the most important things that this council was expressing was the need to make sure that growth takes place in a logical and progresses at a logical pace and creates connected communities and complete communities instead of I think in your office, Ms. Bégin, I used the word Jackson Pollocking residents across our municipalities. So we don't want to just scatter them. We want to make sure that it's mindful and thoughtful and connected as it's going through a logical process. So those phasing plans, I think, are really important to that secondary plan process. Councillor Lahey, you've made this original motion. Councillor Carruthers has suggested a workshop on the matter. Would you be willing to amend the motion to request that staff develop a workshop as part of this process?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, I would be happy to support that motion, with the caveat that I would like some clarification on the statement that was made by Councillor Carruthers that the developers are driving the bus, quote unquote. I do not see that in this motion, and so I would like clarification on that statement.
Councillor Carruthers?
It's come up a few times in this meeting how the developers front-ended the pipe for the York Durham, and we ended up with obligations to those developers that led to some of these stranded communities that we now see that make it difficult for people to get services that they need, the doctors and daycare and that sort of thing. And so when the developers were in charge of the York Durham, we saw what happened. And my concern is that the same would happen with this, and we need to learn from our mistakes. Councillor Roy DeClemente made a comment about the white belt lands, and I'm wondering that we need the white belt lands to grow. But I'm like I said, I have lots of questions about this, and I know we don't have a lot of time, but I'm interested in knowing how many units we can put on the urban boundary that doesn't include the white belt lands. So it's not so much about the white belt lands. We need to finish off the places that we started before adding more. And if this secondary plan is being driven by those people who are owning land in the white belt, there's nothing within their best interest to ensure that we're infilling the areas that we already approved as urban boundaries. So when you're paying for something, you're looking after your own interests. And that's where the perception is, that if they're paying for it, of course they're going to look after their own interests. So that's where that comment is stemming from, both historically and in the perception of he who pays tells us where we're going.
Ms. Bégin?
I think that it's important context, specifically in 4.2 of the terms of reference, that lists the studies, and this is really about initiating the study work that gives us information to begin the planning process. Where are the natural resource areas that we need to protect? Where are what are the cultural heritage resources that we need to protect, and how? What's the impact on agriculture? What's the impact, in terms of potential for parkland and recreational facilities? All of those kinds of things. This is really initiating the process. And the context is that it comes at a time when there are also negotiations with the province to bring infrastructure to support growth and development. So, but I think I don't want to lose sight of the fact that this is really about starting, sort of pressing start on a process to do these evaluations and studies to understand the context before we talk about creating any mapping, and recognizing too that that the ultimate goal is to align with the official plan objectives and our strategic priorities as a community as we go forward.
Thank you. Councillor Johns.
So I just wanted to echo comments on the workshop on the secondary plan. I think that I need to better understand all of this, and it's going to take education in order for me to do that. I'm also conscious of the fact, in the beginning of this term, I voted no to being able to have this committee of the whole. I wanted to have council in one sitting. I lost, and here we are with committee of the whole and council. So I am also conscious that there is an opportunity for a sober second thought, knowing that this is July and when our next council meeting is. So I'm in favor of voting this motion forward to get this moving, but I would like to be able to have a secondary plan information section so that I can better learn. We'll see how that timing works out with the approvals and whatnot. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, we've got a request. I'm assuming, Councillor Lahey, that you are okay with that. So we're going to add a clause to the resolution that staff be requested to prepare a workshop for council on the secondary plan process and the terms of reference that we've got here. And you've taken note of that. Any other discussion on the motion? Councillor Carruthers, and then I'll see you, Ms. Vivian. Go ahead.
Since our official plan has not been approved, what happens to this if there's changes that need to be made to the official plan?
Through you, Madam Chair, the risk falls on the landowners group that they have to abide by any changes that, so if there's we know, for example, as a result of the new legislation that our mapping and schedules need to be updated to align with the provincial language, and so the secondary planning process has to respect that. If further legislative changes come about before we have final approval of the conformity exercises complete with the official plan, the risk is, they are obligated to make those changes, and that's part of the commitment. And one of the risks that they bear by initiating the process now. So I also wanted to note that we talked a lot about residential development, but just to be aware that the White Belt lands also include significant employment lands, so it's not exclusively residential. That it will support, and the phasing plan can certainly recognize what council's priorities are in terms of when and where things get developed.
Thank you. That helps. During that official planning process, we were told that the White Belt lands would be the next stage in development once we filled up the existing urban boundaries, and that we needed them for the next stage. But now it's sounding more like this is the next stage, that we have skipped over filling up the urban boundaries that existed before we added the White Belt lands, and now we're just going to skip ahead to the White Belt lands because they're the ones that are going to fund the pipe. And to me, that just seems backwards, and that's what I mean. I have a lot of questions on this. So I don't think we have the time for it today, and that's what I'm finding very frustrating, that this is shoehorned into a meeting that's already very, very full, and something that's very important.
So this won't even get ratified until CWC on September 6th. So we do have some time to have some one-on-one conversations and a better understanding. The workshop will also help us address that. I see this as this is a long game. This secondary plan process is the piece that will take us into 2020, 2040, 2050. This is not happening tomorrow to us. But it's putting in place those steps. And we need to understand that as a body. I don't know if everybody at this table has the same kind of institutional memory and who has seen, the official plan from 2010 not get adopted and for a few years and not move forward. So I think from that perspective, it's helpful to keep that in mind.
So you're saying that these White Belt lands won't be developed until 2040, 2050?
I can't predict that.
Okay, I'm
But
looking
maybe-
at that this can't wait until September. If this can't wait until September, then I don't think we're talking about a 2040, 2050 timeline.
Ms. Béger?
I think it's the infrastructure piece that is the urgency. And none of that infill development in the existing community that you're talking about can happen unless we have infrastructure. We have, approximately 900 units of allocation left, and that's it. So even if we used all of that, we're still not going to be able to complete the development of the community without some new infrastructure. So it is complex and they are tied, but that doesn't mean that we need to that doesn't impact the way that council will decide to phase development going forward. But it does, certainly nothing happens without the infrastructure.
So if it doesn't impact how we're phasing development, yes, we're going to be obligated to the people who build the pipe. So it will. Our obligation is to people who are building the pipe. So to me, this sounds like it's pushing ahead the white belt lands when that was not the intention when we added the white belt lands. And so that's what's causing me a problem on this, is that we should be making sure that the other lands are developed first, that our communities are complete, and I worry that this puts us under obligation to people who are owning land outside of our original urban boundary. I think that's all I got to say on this.
Thank you.
I'm going to vote no. I'm not convinced yet, but I'm not going to hold this up anymore. Thank you.
I think at this point, that was part of the reason why I wanted the phasing plans, was for that same reason, was to make sure that we remained in the driver's seat. So at this point, we've got a motion on the floor from Councillor Lahey that's been amended to add a workshop. Seeing no further discussion, we'll call a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? And that motion carries. Can we make the next one a little easier, please? Okay. Next one on our agenda is Joint Development Services and CIES Report, DS 2023-32 on Woodbine 2, Memorandum of Understanding and Servicing Allocation relating to 19350 Woodbine Limited Partnership and 19350 Woodbine GP Inc. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Johns. Ms. Bégin, would you like to present this one to us, please?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, and I will call on my colleague, Mr. Molinari, to speak to this as well. Essentially, what this report is requesting is the approval to proceed with the preparation of a memo of understanding to be able to again, this is about infrastructure to be able to, so that the Rice Group has proposed a development that they are calling Woodbine 2. I believe they presented that to council as part of an update earlier in the year. The memo of understanding would allow them to move forward with installing infrastructure to service not only that development, but other potential developments, employment in the employment lands, and this really is allowing us to continue with those conversations and to work with the solicitor to execute an agreement that meets the objectives of the municipality. Perhaps Mr. Molinari can provide some additional context.
Mr. Molinari.
Certainly. I guess, from our perspective, in order to, many municipalities have difficult time getting their employment lands serviced and built, and oftentimes those developments and those lands sit vacant for decades because oftentimes you require a fairly significant developer who has the means and capability of being able to front-end infrastructure to support their development, which also enables other developments to come forward and to be able to develop in the future. So that, I guess, is the carrot of this particular application. In the spirit in which we're looking at moving forward with this particular memorandum. So the details are not finalized on this. There's still significant works to do, and we've framed this up in such a way that, as long as those stars align, we'd like to move forward with it, and that MOU provides the framework to allow us to do that. So this isn't one and done. We'd be looking to move forward, have discussions with the Rice Group in terms of securing the ability to provide sanitary and water servicing up Woodbine that would facilitate their Woodbine 2 development, but also would allow for other developments in the future to come on board, which wouldn't otherwise be able to do so. And I think that's it in a nutshell.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Johns.
Yeah, I just want to speak in favor of this. Like, I know I'm a broken record on this, about Canada's fastest growing municipality in housing, but we have a jewel of an opportunity here right now to be able to build complete communities and supporting with infrastructure. And, you know, given the allocation that we have, the fact that these are like low flows and exponential benefits off of the existing allocations that we have. I just want to say, like, when we're looking at the allocation that we do have left, I am not looking at it, I continue to hear a 900 number. The fact is that if you pull back and zoom out, Canada's fastest growing municipality over the last 7 years, that 900 is the remaining. We need to build complete communities, and that includes commercial, industrial, employment lands. And so I'm not looking at it as a 900, I'm looking at it as that whole picture, and our residents need these opportunities around, and we just have a unique opportunity to be able to go and do this, so I'm in favor of this.
Thank you. Councillor Johns. Mr. Molinari, is this pipe going to be sized for projected future flows? So it's not just a pipe in favor of one particular site, but that it will be sized sufficiently to service the rest of the area as well?
Through Madam Chair, absolutely, that's the intent. None of this would be throwaway. This would be infrastructure that would be able to be either put in place that future development could tie into it and extend it, or provided as we will try and get this to go as far up Woodbine as we can. But, you know, those are some of the details that we're going to have to work out with the Rice Group. It has to be a viable project for them to build, and we have to find that sweet spot where it also provides the necessary backbone and framework for the servicing to support the rest of the employment lands.
I would feel more comfortable approving this in making sure that's built into the MOU, that it's one thing for us to say that there's going to be a capacity of not more than 4.5 liters per second for this particular place, but to say that how big the pipe will be and what the flow will be. Is it going to be a quarter of it? Is it going to be a half? I'd like to see that. I'd like to make sure that that's enshrined into the MOU to make sure that we've got ourselves protected, because there's no point in just putting a pipe up for one landowner. As you said, it's not throwaway. We want it to make sure that it's worth it for everybody involved. Does this also preclude any tertiary planning for the area, or do we need external works agreements or that sort of thing on this as well? I feel like we're enthusiastic, but I want to make sure that we're not skipping over steps that are important in the planning process.
There will be, they are working to include, we are going to have a separate process to bring these lands for Woodbine 2 into the employment land secondary plan area. So there are a number of studies that need to be completed as a result of that. Those lands originally were intended for inclusion in the employment lands or in that secondary plan area. So this is sort of bringing this into alignment with what was originally intended, and then it will where we will have the agreements would be at the sort of plan of subdivision level for any external works or anything to do with any of the external works.
Thank you. Any further comments or discussion on the motion? We've got a motion as presented by Councillor Johns. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Our next item is a memorandum from Development Services, Municipal Housing Pledge Request. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Crone. Ms. Bégin?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Really just wanted to make council aware, and I believe that the original letter was also shared through the mayor's office, requesting municipalities produce a housing pledge. The due date for this is December of 2023. Staff are working to pull together some recommendations for inclusion in such a letter. So really just to make you aware that we are working on it and plan to come back in the September timeframe with either a presentation or a draft of a proposed approach to how we move forward with this pledge. Happy to entertain any questions or direction from council.
Thank you. I know this is somewhat fraught, so let's try and keep our comments to a minimum at this point, given that we know Ms. Bégin is going to come back to us with some information. Go ahead, Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks. I'll start with the type of information I'm looking for when this comes back. We know, as Canada's largest growing municipality, we have been doing our share. So when this comes back, I would like to some comparators on how we are doing our share. I happened to find online the statistics from May, and I just pulled together just the N6, and we've done, we have 35% of the housing under construction out of the whole N6. Of course, we are not 35% of the population. And completed January to May, again, we have 35% of the N6 completed. So I feel that as part of this, we need to reiterate that we've done our share. Thanks.
Councillor Lahey.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. The best decisions are always based on facts, and so I look forward to seeing the facts presented to council with regard to the percentages of homes and building that East Gwillimbury has done in comparison with other members of N6. I would like to state that the approach that is healthiest with regard to putting forward commitment should be framed around recognizing that the challenge of affordable housing is a problem that has been decades in the making by all levels of government and by all political stripes. And so that I hope that the conversation will be a fair and unbiased one in terms of doing what's best for East Gwillimbury. Thank you.
Councillor Crone and then Councillor Johns.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Ms. Bégin. If it hasn't been noted already, I just want it to be said that
We're Canada's fastest
that we've done
growing
our share. Are you aware of what the end result of collecting all these pledges will go to? You know, it sounds like we're being asked to give a pinky promise that we're going to grow, but there's so many things that are outside of our control, market conditions, the fact that we don't have a viable wastewater system at the moment. Do you know what the purpose of gathering all this is for? Has there been any indication to you?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't. The letter simply stated that they got pledges from 26 of the larger municipalities first as an initial phase, and then they're now reaching out to smaller municipalities. So I think the intent is that the pledge be public facing, and so I would assume that there's an element of sort of demonstrating how every piece of the puzzle is playing their part in addressing this. But there was no indication that it would either there was no discussion of benefit or censure for not completing at this point. So,
Councillor Johns.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I wholly support the provincial government and their aggressiveness to attempt to help to activate the market-driven economy to build residential housing. I think that we have thousands of units that are out there that are allocated that we can do our part in. And as we're building complete communities, can we look to do more? And I think the answer is yes. And I think we should be supporting the government however possibly we can, just as the government would look to support us in looking to build more as well. And so whatever that looks like on their side and what that looks like on our side, the ability to work together to achieve that goal is just seems like the right thing to be aligning on to get more housing for everyone. So I just wanted to bring those comments forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Mayor Haxon.
Thank you. I certainly agree with you as far as housing. However, if we're going to push to have substantial housing, we also need to push to have a high school in our community and some of the other things that we all know we've been waiting for, had a hollow promise for years and years. And the last thing that I want to see is more school buses heading out of town every day. So I think I'm not sure how we want to put it together, whether it fits with this or is a part of it, but I think we really need to stand our ground and move forward with it.
I think it's easy for us to see the letter as being somewhat patronizing, but at the same time, we also recognize that there is a pressing need to address the issue. And so from my perspective, I think we need to be simple and realistic in our response. So, seeing no further discussion, I've got a motion from Councillor Crone that we receive the memorandum from staff. All those in favor? More to come. That motion is carried. The last item on our prepared agenda today is Development Services Memorandum regarding 121 Bales, which is Ward and Burke Microtunnelling. There's a Provincial Offences Act prosecution. May I have a motion to receive? Moved by Mayor Haxon. Ms. Bégin, anything further to add, or are we just receiving at this point?
I have nothing further to add, but I would note that our chief building official is also here if anybody has any specific questions about this matter.
Any questions? Seeing none, I've got a motion that we receive. All those in favor? And that motion, all those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. Sorry, there was a bit of very not specific hand waving. All right, so that's the agenda. That's the end of our agenda, prepared agenda for today under Development Services. Ms. Bégin, have we done enough damage today?
I believe so, yes. Through you,
Okay.
Madam Chair. I think that's it for me.
Members of committee, anything to raise under this chairship? Seeing none, I happily turn the chair back to you, Madam Mayor.
Seeing that we have no other items under K through O, no wonder why, we've been rather busy. Is there anything to add from council or for staff? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. We had some late correspondence regarding a street party in Ward 1 that the clerk had given to me. They're requesting to have a street party in August, and so we don't meet again before then. And the clerk has suggested that I raise it under other business and that we deal with it during council. Is that correct? Yes.
Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
We'll deal with it during council.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we invited?
Are we invited?
You could potentially seek that staff revise the agenda to incorporate that, and then we can ratify the recommendations as well. So if that would be the motion, then we will include it onto the council agenda.
Thank you. That's what I would like.
Sure.
So I'm making that motion. It's being seconded by Tara, I assume. Councillor Clemente? No? No, right, of course.
We're in
yes.
committee.
Yeah. I know that.
All in favor? That's carried. Now, let me just move down here.
Through you, Madam Mayor, you had requested from committee if they would like to consider adjourning the committee of the whole session. If that's the case, you can proceed with that.
That would be item P, and at 3:02 p.m., moved by Councillor Crone. All those in favor? That's carried.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the committee of the whole meeting has now adjourned. For those on the call, just letting you know that we're going to transition into our special council meeting. Perhaps if members of council would like to take a 5-minute break, we can do a transition of the meetings.